Well, hello and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and see what we can get into. We're going to be picking up on a little bit of the UFOs all over the world and enjoy the stream.
UFO conference at Lismore in the casino area, and it's about a couple of 100 yards long, and it's made out of very large rocks. This is I've got slides ready to show them later, but this is a rather large standing stone erected on a 16-foot base of carved granite blocks that are just weathering away. You can see some part of it there. I didn't dare excavate it because nearby farmers would have seen it, and vandalism soon follows these things when they're exposed. Next, there's the base. Keep going over. This is the gate of the moon. I call it that because these enormous blocks, when it's around the right way, have a small stone here. Next, and that's a large gap. When you stand well back, on April 20th, 1980, I observed a full moon rise in the afternoon level with that stone. Next, 6 foot away is a second stone, and 103 foot away is a third one. And that was the moon aligned itself with those three, shading on that what is actually the north wall of that gate formation. These people must have worked to a plan, and that means a written script. I have found the script. These are just a couple of shots. But it's very similar to Celtic Ogham, but I believe it's another script because there are elements of Sumerian, Phoenician, Celtic type script, pictographic and epigraphic writing, and I've been able to effect some translations after 20 years research. Sorry about that, but you come along with the October conference.
That's just a preview for what's coming later in the year. A fantastic show planned at the Blue Mountain.
At the recent International UFO Congress held in Sheffield, England, sightings team members heard their first account of a major UFO sighting in Africa. It was particularly intriguing because the eyewitnesses were schoolchildren who had not had any exposure to popular press accounts of UFOs. On September 14, 1994, something flashed through the sky in southern Africa, alarming a few and confounding everyone. It was a UFO. 2 days later, 62 school children in Ruwa, Zimbabwe, claimed they had seen a UFO land in the schoolyard. It was dismissed as fantasy until one UFO researcher began insisting that the children were telling the truth.
This object landed with 3 or 4 things beside it, and then a door opened, and this little man got out and had on a black suit.
Cynthia Hind is one of Africa's leading ufologists. She interviewed the children the day after their encounter and had them draw pictures of the strange visitors they had seen.
They were very slim, the suit was black, but it was the eyes that was frightening.
In 1995, Hind brought worldwide attention to the Ruwa children when she presented their case at the 8th International UFO Congress in Sheffield, England.
Why don't they try and form some sort of panel, not the Americans, it would be United Nations, to check out these stories? Why would 62 children lie?
In Ruwa, a few weeks after the conference, a full on-site investigation began under the direction of Harvard professor of psychiatry, Dr. John Mack, who is now producing a documentary film about the Ruwa encounter.
It was silver, and the ring around it was red.
Was red. Did light come from the whole thing, or
There were lights on it.
lights along the edge there? How many of the same things did you see?
I saw one of they had eyes like that, and they were kind of just like looking at us. They were like kind of astonished at what we were. So I was scared.
You felt scary? What was scary about it?
Well, I felt scared because I've never seen such a person like that before.
They experienced very powerful encounters with these beings and were left with a rather disturbing fact that this seems to be what it is, and it seems to have no other psychiatric explanation.
More disturbing still was what the children told Dr. Mack about the purpose of the alien visit. It was a dire warning Mack had heard more than 100 times before from people in the United States, half a world away. And yet their doomsday scenario was being repeated to the last detail by the Ruwa children.
Fungi, what do you imagine is his reason for visiting Earth?
I think it's about something that's going to happen.
Something's going to happen.
What I thought was maybe the world's going to end. Maybe they're telling us the world's going to end. I think they want people to know that we're actually making harm on this world and we mustn't get too technologized.
How did that get communicated to you?
I don't know, but it just popped up in my head.
Pollution.
He never said anything. It's just that the face, just the eyes. They looked horrible.
And the eyes, the horrible look, had that information that you just told me?
Yes.
Now, the people in Africa don't have television. They might have a radio, but I can tell you the media don't deal with UFOs there. But nervous something. So where would they pick it up? Is it a mass telepathy?
While some researchers are suggesting the Ruwa sightings were created by mass hallucination, Dr. Mack hears a different story from the children.
If someone were to say, well, you just have a lively imagination and you made this up, what would you say?
I haven't been influenced by any of my friends. I have seen what I've seen.
Because of political instability in many African nations, it's been impossible to get an accurate accounting of UFO sightings there. Ufologists are eager to investigate several reputed hotspots, but field investigations in Mozambique and Rwanda have been put on hold.
Past, Present and Future, Part 4, a special section. We live in the age of computers. Science promises that the golden age is just around the corner. The computers will do everything for us and life will be peace, love and harmony. This is an old photograph of the filing room in the US Social Security Department. Those reels are computer tapes, and this room holds files of personal private information on every person in America. Governments around the world have been gathering information on you and me and feeding it into computers. Why do they need so much information? How good is the record-keeping system? To show how far we've come in the field of super-speed technology, here is a quote from February 76 edition of Computer Digest.
In the half second it takes the school copy to fall from table to floor, today's computer can give it 2,000 checks to 300 different bank accounts and examine electrocardiograms of 1,000 patients and score 150,000 answers on 3,000 exams, concurrently evaluating the effectiveness of the question and be the payroll for a company with 1,000 employees and still have time left before the copy hits the floor. The latest computer possesses the capability of placing on one reel of magnetic tape less than 5,000 feet long the names, addresses, credit rating, and 20 pages of personal information of every man, woman, and child in the United States. That is 220 million people, each with 20-page manuscript about himself packed onto one reel of recording tape.
That was in February 76. September 78, that microchip on the girl's finger contains 48,000 transistors. A memory chip this size can store 8 times as much information as the Sydney telephone directory. This chip goes even further. It can recognise human voices. It's a voice response computer. Computers have many uses. Let's look at one rather special application.
Sunday Mail, June 77. Today you'll get rid of your money.
It seems that the credit card system will soon replace notes and coins. Does your wallet look like this? There are several credit card systems operating now. Some people think they are the answer, others won't touch them. A few believe that we should have one card for all transactions. And in Australia, one likely contender is BankCard. This is from their advertising brochure. The ideas they promote are naturally the positive ones. It reduces paperwork in shops and banks, no notes or coins to print. It reduces the crime of theft, easy to carry, no bad checks. It certainly seems highly logical. There are some people who cannot control themselves when it comes to money and spending. Are you one? Or are you living carefully within your means? You don't have any debts, do you?
Sunday Telegraph, January 78. Cash is dirty money and checks are a write-off.
Summing up the article, very soon no one will use cash. We'll all use a debit credit card. In many places you cannot pay cash or anything. The shops will not accept it. You must use a credit card. It sounds incredible, but they will not accept cash. It seems that someone is very anxious to get us all onto BankCard. This is a confidential letter that was sent to managers only of one of the banking groups. The managers are told that there are to be no more personal loans or overdrafts to professional men. That is, dentists, optometrists, opticians and so on. These people must go onto BankCard. The letter tells the managers to investigate their accounts and send the information to BankCard headquarters. They'll do the rest.
Sydney Sun Herald, February 79. BankCard, at last the bank strike it rich. BankCard has become a bonanza, not for the customer of course, but for the backers of the green and yellow credit card, the big Australian banks. BankCard reports in October 74, there are now around 2 million cardholders in Australia.
That was in February 79. Through BankCard, Australians are now spending over $30 million a week on personal goods.
This is wonderful business for the banks that own BankCard because these purchases often lead the cardholders into debt.
In the early days, the banks were frustrated by Australians paying their bills each month, but
no longer. According to the Reserve Bank, Australians owed $655 million to BankCard last December 78. It's estimated that the banks were earning interest at the rate of around $6 million a month out of BankCard. Not bad going for a relatively new organisation with an $8 million investment.
Now do you understand how the banks create money out of nothing? How is it possible to be owed $655 million when they had only $8 million to start with? A profit of $6 million a month on an $8 million investment works out to be 900% profit a year. No wonder they're promoting BankCard. For those who think they're getting something for nothing by using BankCard and then paying the account before the end of the month, don't forget, the storekeeper has to pay 5% or so for every time you use your card. To cover this, he's forced to raise prices. Incidentally, that $655 million debt in 1978 had risen to $1.19 billion in June 1981. Britain people will recognise this telecom building as Ward Gabba. Modern electronic telephone equipment requires little space and staff, so why such a large building? Every part of this building is electronically monitored. Even employees with ID cards are prohibited from certain areas. This building is also for the central BankCard computer for Queensland. It feeds into the giant computer complex near Woomera in South Australia. BankCard has two purposes. One is to condition you to the capitalist society. The second is to gather information on you. All Australian bank cards begin with the number 4. This is not just for Queensland, it's for every Australian state. You may remember, Australia is part of Region 4 in the Club of Rome's 10 regions.
Sunday Sun, May 78. Checkout Go Computer.
Apparently this system helps shopkeepers balance their stocks.
And in the same paper, this new cash register has magic eyes.
You may have seen a special marking appearing on many items. It tells the computer all about the item you buy. This special mark is already on a number of magazines, food lines and other items. Let's take a closer look. The magic eye of the cash register, or should we say checkout register, can recognise the thickness and spacing of those lines and it knows all about the item you buy. Now what do you think the next step will be? When they suddenly declare that cash is worthless, like they did in India and Vietnam, you'll be forced to get your bank card. So when you buy something, the computer will know all about you and what you buy. Nothing will be private. What will happen when you're short of credit? You try to buy something, you put your card under the scanner, and within a few seconds, the checkout computer, which is linked to the central computer, will flash a red light.
Sorry, no credit.
What will you do? What will you do? It wouldn't help to start abusing the storekeeper. It's not his fault. The only option left would be to steal someone else's card. This is already happening. People are losing their cards and they are being stolen. Here is a warning bulletin from bank card headquarters. This is part of a list of bank cards throughout Australia which have been lost, stolen, or have bad credit ratings. Notice the red numbers at the top of each column? They all begin with 4. But how are they going to stop people from using stolen cards? Remember the old tactic of pressure from above and pressure from below?
Somebody stole my card and spent all my money before I found out. I can't get credit anywhere. The family's starving.
Why doesn't the government do something? How will you react when they introduce the new law, which says everyone has to be numbered? The laser machinery is already waiting to tattoo a number onto your right hand or onto your forehead. Most people are right-handed, and the number on the forehead is for people who wear gloves in cold countries where their hands are normally covered. Obviously, you can't steal hands or head, so under the new system, there could be no forgery. So the problem of stolen bank cards will be solved. But now, every transaction that you make will be recorded in the computer system. This is the computer link-up system from the Club of Rome's book, Mankind at the Turning Point. They have worked out your diet, calorie allowance, work hours, food distribution, entertainment, size of families, and on and on. You will be paid in what they call energy units, credited to your account in the computer. This will be the new money system. Gold, silver, cash, checks will be obsolete. In scientific journals lately, IBM have been boasting to the world that the giant computer complex near Woomera is the ultimate in computer technology. It is by far the most advanced in the worldwide network of at least 160 computers linked by satellite. Imagine just how much information could be stored in a network like that. But what if you don't want to be in this system? Will you accept a number and be told where to live, what work to do, what you may eat, your entertainment, how many children you may have? In the book of Revelation, there is an interesting section in chapter 13. It refers to a dictator who will one day take control of the world.
He compels all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked with an inscription stamped on their right hands or on their forehead, so that no one will have power to buy or sell unless he bears the stamp. That is the name of the beast or the number of his name. But anyone who has intelligence calculate the number of the beast, for it is a human number, the number of a certain man. His number is 666.
The worldwide computer network now recognises the code numbers of things you buy. It would be easy for it to also recognise your code number. Now what about the 666? Have you studied the bank card symbol? Can you see a yellow 6 on an orange 6 on a red 6? It certainly looks like 3 6s, doesn't it?
Finance and government institutions in the US and abroad are utilising variations of this horizontal logo, 666.
Does this also look like 3 6s? This symbol is used by the European Common Market. In the past, various religious groups used convincing arguments to identify the beast of Revelation. Julius Caesar was supposed to be the beast, so was Napoleon Bonaparte and Adolf Hitler. Numerology has even been used to make the Latin words on the Pope's hat add up to 666. But none of these would be able to totally control what every human being buys and sells. What we are being offered is no less than a world dictatorship in which money, as we know it, will be obsolete. The only money will be energy units in a computer account. To earn energy units, you must work where the computer tells you. To have an account in the computer, you must be numbered. Is it a coincidence that 1900 years ago, the Apostle John wrote the Bible prophecy that no one will be able to get a job or buy anything without a certain mark tattooed on their right hand or forehead? This book, The Late Great Planet Earth, will help you understand Bible prophecy. In 1978, the Chinese completed construction of a superhighway right through to Israel. A huge dam has also been constructed in northeast Syria on the Euphrates River. 2 more dams are on the Euphrates, one in Turkey and one in Iraq. They could be used to dry up the river for the kings of the east to cross their invasion as mentioned in prophecy, Revelation 16:12. As a nation, the Jews have never accepted Christ as a Messiah, and they have been without a country of their own for over 1900 years. Since 1948, certain Jews have begun to rebuild the city of Jerusalem. Their heart's desire has been to rebuild the temple. At the moment is a big problem. This hour of night, the Dome of the Rock occupies the one and only site for the temple. How long will it take to demolish this dwelling and rebuild the temple? 6, 12, 18 months? Do you think the Arabs might object? Well, unless someone convinced them that it was our will. According to Revelation, the world dictator will bring in such fantastic plans for economic prosperity that the whole world will acclaim him. He will permit the Jews to rebuild the temple, and no one will think it's marvelous, but will turn against them shortly afterwards. A world dictator will set himself up and rule the world from the temple. He will demand that he be worshipped as God. Anyone who refuses to worship him will be executed by the guillotine. Revelation 13:15. In recent years, there has been a tremendous growth in unusual religions and philosophies. Many are from what is known as the Great White Brotherhood. It can be traced back to ancient satanic religions. One of the books on the left is Glimpse Through Space. It's telling us that the so-called New Age is about to begin. They believe that our older brothers will soon come and teach us the secrets of the universe. Fred Robertson, founder of a community in Western Australia known as the Universal Brotherhood, says,
"There's a new age of peace and prosperity in the world. The message comes from our space brothers who say it's about to dawn. That's the good news, but before, there will be cataclysmic changes. We are prepared here for the millennium, the new age of peace and prosperity to the world. Our space brothers revealed that first there will be cataclysmic changes to the planet."
Mary, his wife, adds,
Some people may be lifted up by beings of light into flying saucers to be kept safe till after the cataclysm.
Fred continues,
Knowledge was passed on to me by two teachers who trained me in Queensland many years ago. Both were from other more advanced planets, but had been incarnated on Earth in human form. Among other things, they told me the timetable for Earth's transition into the new age.
none of this is new. It's been in occult and astrology books for centuries. This book, Satan is Alive and Well on Planet Earth, will help you understand the origins of false religions, reincarnation, astrology, and what they call the New Age. You've seen the connection between history, politics, money, religion, and technology. So what do the alignments have to do with all this? Well, Jesus said,
As it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of my second coming.
what did he mean by that? As well as the evil that existed then before the flood, and certainly exists today, there are other signs for us to look for. By calculation, there were 8 planetary alignments in the 100 years before Noah's flood. We will have 15 alignments in only 8 years. Now, we won't get Noah's flood again. There's not enough water in the atmosphere. But let's look at some prophecies concerning signs in the heavens. First of all, the moon.
The light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun will be sevenfold as the light of 7 days concentrated into one.
Isaiah 30:26.
There was a great earthquake, the moon became like blood.
Revelation 6:12.
A third of the sun was smitten and a third of the moon.
Revelation 8:12. So let's see if these prophecies are possible. Here is the surface of the moon, pitted and barren. The moon does not shine, it reflects light from the sun. If the various alignments distort the sun's chromosphere, the other sides will glow red with radiation from the inner core. The moon would reflect this light.
The moon became like blood.
If the sun's light to Earth was reduced by 1/3, the light from the moon would also be reduced by 1/3. So these prophecies could be fulfilled as a result of the alignments. This is how things may look if the sun is disturbed sufficiently. Great storms are predicted. Again, science and the Bible are in agreement.
And great hailstones, between 50 and 60 pounds, fell from the sky.
Revelation 16:21. 50-pound hailstones? What we know as hailstones are really particles of ice. What if it should really hail stones? Where could the stones come from? The Earth regularly passes through streams of cometary debris producing a spate of so-called falling stars. Most falling stars are no larger than a grain of sand. They ignite and burn up in the air. However, in 1986, we are on collision course with a group of meteorites which are big lumps of rock. If they hit us, they may not completely burn up, but could strike the Earth and really hail stones. Not far from us, in solar terms, there is a belt of asteroids between Jupiter and Mars. These asteroids are rocks ranging from a few pounds in weight to several miles in diameter. If these were disturbed during the alignments and attracted towards the sun, the Earth could be shaped as rocks and boulders. This is a common photograph from Western Australia a few years ago. Can you imagine a large meteor, perhaps a mile in diameter, crashing onto the moon? We are told the craters on the moon happen like this. Something like this happened here. It would shake the whole world. And of course that wouldn't happen. The atmosphere would protect it, wouldn't it? Or would it? This great hole is the Arizona crater, almost a mile in diameter. It's a big hole. But of course this must have taken the whole world. All this variety of atmosphere trigger that will touch off to the fulfillment of these Bible prophecies, it could be so. But the certain is that we can rely on the day are before us. The Bible is the inspired word of God, and its prophecies of those coming events are falling across our path with a greater frequency. Science is also on the same events. This is not intended to be a Bible study. The purpose is to provide basic information on historical events and scientific knowledge, much of which has been withheld or deliberately distorted. Bible prophecy has always been 100% accurate. We have much to say about coming events. Today we see many denominations and religious groups using the same Bible translations, and yet they have confusing interpretations. Obviously, they can't all be right. The origin of military conquest by Alexander the Great around 300 BC, a language developed so scientifically accurate that any statement or written message could have only one possible interpretation. This language, Koine Greek, not classical Greek, but Koine, K-O-I-N-E, became the original language of the New Testament. There is great benefit in learning Bible truths under a minister who continues to study and teach directly from the original. Bible prophecy describes the 7 material for the Great Tribulation, the beginning of the emergence of a foreign believer, the Christian being a short time for a peace, but it will be something like power of natural disasters. In Matthew 24:21, Christ said,
There will be great tribulation, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, and never will be again.
a global war will start with great weapons. A quarter of the world population will die from war and hunger. There will be earthquakes, mountains, bombs will be dislodged, the sun will be dark. Panic and terror will be everywhere. A third of all shipping will be destroyed. Many people will die from poisoned waters. Another third of the world will die from war and plagues. More earthquakes and great hailstones. All life and sea will die. The sun turns fierce and scorches humanity. The greatest earthquake in history. Giant hailstones. These natural disasters may or may not be a result of the alignments. They may occur very soon, or they could be years away. The world leader will move into the temple in Jerusalem. He will be the world dictator, commonly known as the beast or Antichrist in Revelation. He declares that everyone must be numbered on the right hand or forehead. The 200 million soldiers from the east head towards Israel for the battle of all time involving all nations, the battle of Armageddon. This is when Christ returns his glory just in time to prevent complete annihilation of the world. He will then wipe out all those people who have refused to accept him as the Messiah. This book, With a New World Coming, will be of great help to understand the tribulation period. It gives details of what life will be like if you are foolish enough to be left here. But better still, it tells you how to avoid the 7-year period of tribulation. Now, this is not an attempt to set a date for Christ's return. Bible prophecy was not given to create panic and fear. The Bible is God's handbook, given to let you know what will happen so that you can be ready. Jesus told us in Matthew 24 that no one can know the day nor the hour of his return. The alignments may or may not be a sign. No one can be sure how long it will be before we feel the effects. Whether the alignments are a sign or not, one certain event in prophecy is the rapture. The word rapture means to be quickly removed or caught up. It is a term used to identify an event promised in the Bible in John 14:2 and 3, 1 Corinthians 15:51 and 52, Revelation 3:10, and 1 Thessalonians 4:16 and 17.
For the Lord himself will descend from heaven with a loud cry of summons, with the shout of an archangel, and with the blast of the trumpet of God. And those who have departed this life in Christ will rise first. Then we, the still living who remain on the earth, shall simultaneously be caught up along with the resurrected dead in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so always we shall be with the Lord. Therefore comfort and encourage one another with these words.
Christ will rescue all Christians from the earth at the rapture. In recent years, many denominations are using welfare programs and emotionalism to draw crowds and raise money. Many church leaders do not believe even basic Bible truths. It looks as though the prophesied one world church is on the way. After the rapture occurs, what will the remaining church dignitaries tell their remaining congregations? Some congregations may find that their minister has disappeared. Some ministers may find that part of their congregation is missing. If it happens tomorrow, will you still be here? How will the minister? Can you imagine the headlines?
Multitudes missing, hundreds of wrecks, drivers missing, graves split open.
What will they say? Is it some new space disease? Did the flying saucers take them? However, it is not our purpose here to discuss the rapture or when it will occur. You may be living a good life or otherwise. You may have religion or a philosophy. At any moment, your death could occur. Man was made to enjoy a close relationship with the Creator, but man chose to go his own way. This act of rebellion or passive indifference is what the Bible describes as sin.
All have sinned and come short of the glory of God.
Romans 3:23.
The wages of sin is death.
Romans 6:23. Good works, religion, morality, none of these will bridge the gap. Man cannot reach God by his endeavours.
It is by free grace, God's unmerited favour, that you are saved from judgment through your faith. And this salvation is not of your own doing, it is the gift of God, not because of works, lest any man should boast.
Ephesians 2:8-9. On the cross, Jesus Christ paid in full for all the sins of every person, past, present, and future.
He is not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance.
2 Peter 3:9. Repentance is a change of attitude or thinking. In Acts 16:31,
believe in and on the Lord Jesus Christ. That is, give yourself up to Him. Take yourself out of your own keeping and entrust yourself into His keeping, and you will be saved.
In John 14:6, Jesus said,
I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me.
Many have claimed to have been sent from God. Jesus Christ is unique. He proved his claim when he rose from the dead. John 3:36.
He who believes on, relies on the Son, now possesses eternal life. But whoever is unbelieving, refuses to trust him, disregards the Son, will never experience life. But the wrath of God remains on continually.
This makes it quite clear that people who reject Jesus Christ and depend on religion, living by the golden rule or any other rule, will suffer everlasting misery separated from God. If you have not already received God's free gift of eternal life, you can do so right now. You will not be able to raise your hand or come to the front or embarrass anyone. In the privacy of your own mind, you can tell God the Father in your own words that you are believing and trusting in Christ right now. You are supposed to wait until if the rapture occurs before making this decision. Bible prophecy reveals that during the tribulation, the one world church will introduce public executions by the guillotine. The victims will be people who become believers during the 7-year period, or people who refuse to be numbered. Now what will happen to people who are numbered? While they're still on earth during the tribulation,
painful losses came on the people who were marked with the stamp of the beast and who did homage to his image.
Revelation 16:2. And then, for eternity,
the smoke of their torment ascends forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night. Those who pay homage to the beast and his image, and whoever receives the stamp of his name upon him.
Revelation 14:11. So there you have it. Do what you must to survive, but do not get numbered. In the meantime, no one can be sure about the effects of the alignments, and no one can do anything about them. But conspiracy is different. On the surface, it rests on two pillars: big government and money control. Exposure is their greatest fear. You can learn more about their operations through books and tapes on sale afterwards. With the knowledge gained from this presentation and from books and tapes, learn to read between the lines of news reports.
Hong Kong Standard, September 80. Identity cards are must.
For residents and visitors. How long before they start putting numbers on people? Debit card, Visa, and MasterCard are part of the same worldwide computerized credit system. This giant computer network grows more powerful every day as information is fed into it by anyone who continues to use these cards. Throughout history, the great battle has been for the control of people's minds. We have briefly touched on many subjects, and as you learn more, you will realise that religious organisations and secret societies have used politics and finance as fronts for the great conspiracy which seeks to enslave mankind for eternity. Christ warned us in Matthew 24:23.
If anyone says to you, here is Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will arise, and they will show great signs and wonders, so as to deceive and lead astray if possible even the elect, God's chosen ones.
This warning is probably more important today than ever before. This advertisement would have us believe
the Christ is now here.
Major newspapers throughout the world printed this on April 24, 1982. One thing is for certain, this is not the Lord Jesus Christ. Everything in this advertisement contradicts the Bible description of Christ's return. Whatever the purpose behind recent events, the important issue now is, if you have not yet made a decision on God's free offer of eternal life, you are urged to do so above all else. Anything could happen from here on at any moment. It is suggested you find a church where Bible truths are correctly analysed and consistently taught. A free Bible study tape is available on request. You can only benefit from God's promises if you know what the promises are. This program is not a front for any religious organisation or political party. It has been created and financed by a few people who spend countless hours in preparation. You can arrange for your friends to see it. No showing is made, but if you wish to support this work, donations or offers of help are appreciated.
That was pretty heavy. I didn't know it would be all religion based like that. You know what I mean? But that was pretty heavy for 1981, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they had some foresight up there.
you know, Dennis, that was a lot of research to do that. I mean, that came out in January of 1986. And this one is planetary alignments. And this came out March 9th of 1982. The world won't end tomorrow.
Centre of the controversy has been this book, The Jupiter Effect, by scientists John Griffin of England and Stephen Pageman of NASA. This book has been grossly misquoted, especially by people in astrology and religion. These people claim that all the planets would line up like this. The authors of the book said no such thing, nor would any scientist who calculated the position of the planets. However, all kinds of doomsday predictions have been made concerning the weather, volcanoes, earthquakes, and even the end of the world. During man's existence, the Earth has undergone many dramatic changes. The most outstanding climatic event would have been the flood, the Great Flood of some 4,500 years ago. Was it merely a local flood, or is it possible that the whole Earth could have been flooded at the one time? Every culture in the world has legends and writings about a flood and 8 survivors in a large boat. There's not enough water in the atmosphere now for 40 days and 40 nights of rain all over the Earth. But let's see if there ever was. We can learn from other planets. Saturn
The
is
other day, there was a big old earthquake in Mexico. So, yeah, because eventually the Earth was going to have to purge itself and change anyway. So it's going to happen eventually.
Indicating that they consist of solidness.
When he said, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be with the coming of the Son of Man or whatever. No, I think you're talking about, if you look back at what was going on in the days of Noah, it's not sin, sin's been throughout, but what was happening back then, the fallen angels were on the earth and they were messing with the DNA.
Yeah, they're mixing the DNA up. That's right. Well, that was in the Garden of Eden, right?
See, a lot of the DNA
Yeah, they've been messing with that DNA with what is it, the sheep that came out, Molly?
Oh, yeah.
What was that sheep?
Molly.
Yeah.
Molly.
Dolly, that's right. Very good, Dennis. I am so impressed with your knowledge.
Yeah, damn, Dolly.
Yeah, Dolly. Here comes Dolly Tiger.
Collapse. Scientists have calculated that the downfall would be 25 inches per hour for more than a month. So that 2/3 of the Earth's surface is now underwater. The average depth is over 2 miles. In Genesis 7:11,
All the fountains of the great deep were opened up on verse 4, and the windows and floodgates of the heavens were opened, and it rained on the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
the fountains of the great deep were broken up. What does that mean? tides are caused by the moon pulling on the sea. We get tides up to 20 feet or more. But what is not generally known is that the moon also leaves the Earth's surface 6 to 10 inches. This means that sometimes crash due to heavy and tilting during the night, but also affected by the pull of the overhead moon. You may remember in 1960, a volcano in ship before the offshore seabed to rise, lifting the ocean above it.
Yeah, the moon, the
gravitational. 50 feet high, it raced across the Pacific at 500 miles an hour.
On the moon,
10,000 miles away.
on the lunar surface of the wave. That's what caused that over there still. But it's happening all the time. That's one right now. You know, the moon right now is fractional. It's all over the place. You look at the moon, it's not in the same place all the time like it used to be. You see the moon, and the next thing you see the moon off to the right. You see, and the next thing that is behind you. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't believe there's nothing to make that.
Yeah, man, I don't believe in that too. It's just kind of whitewash about stuff.
Worldwide flood. This mammoth in the Leningrad Museum is one of thousands found frozen and preserved with undigested tropical food in their stomachs. Tropical food grows in warm climates, not near glaciers. Glaciers move only a few feet a year. It would have been a very unusual animal that was overtaken by a glacier. Perhaps a few of them tripped, 1,000 of them. Right around the world, there are vast animal cemeteries where the bones of every kind of animal are piled up together as though they were swirled around and dumped in heaps. Near the North Pole, we find animals so well preserved that the meat can still be eaten. Autopsies show that they were all drowned in salt water. And what about the ancient towns they dig up? What buries a town under 10, 20, 50 feet of mud? What drowns, instantly freezes, and also buries animals at the one time? It's not possible to give a full explanation in this lecture. A tape on Noah's flood is available afterwards, but consider these points. When Noah finally came out of the ark, he saw for the first time a rainbow. Now think about this. God told Noah,
I shall set a rainbow in the clouds as a sign to you and future mankind that I will not flood the earth again.
Now why had Noah never seen a rainbow before? Rainbows occur when sunlight is refracted into 7 colours by raindrops. But in Genesis chapter 2, before the flood,
God had not yet caused it to rain upon the earth, but they went up a mist, a fog vapour from the land, and watered the whole surface of the ground.
This also supports the idea of the earth previously spinning faster than it does today. Here's planet Earth, a photo from space. It's a beautiful sight, especially if you're an astronaut coming home. Notice here the blackness of space, no stars. Our atmosphere is like a gigantic magnifying lens. In space, you cannot see the stars without a telescope. Astronauts report that on the moon, they cannot see any stars with the naked eye.
I've seen astronauts taking the paint.
Have you noticed how the sun seems on the horizon? Yet, as it gets higher in the sky, it appears to get smaller. Our atmosphere also makes the lens appear larger on the horizon. It is this magnifying lens effect that lets us see the stars with the unaided eye. This is Pleiades. Have you seen the stars on a clear night out in the country? How could the ancients know so much about Pleiades and other star groups that we need a telescope to see now? Were they told about them? Or did the water country magnify the stars so that they could actually see them? The night skies before the flood must have been magnificent.
Yeah, the Pleiades is pretty interesting. You know, you hear a lot of stories about the Pleiades visitors. You talk about the tall whites, you know, the tall whites, the Pleiades.
Yeah, and then there's so much else, you know, like in the ancient religions and stuff about it, you know. There's a lot about the Pleiades.
Well, you know, the tall whites lived in the hills where, gosh, what was his name? I read about it. But anyway, this man lived on an Air Force base out in the mountains somewhere, and he was it was a small town, and he was in a grocery store or something in a small town. And he noticed that this family he was checking out, and he saw this family, and it was just like, man, they're weird looking, you know, they're like, they're all white and they're tall. And you're like, man, what's going on with them, right?
Very strange.
Right. So they're in town and they're like, man, where do these people come from? So they're living like everybody. The kids check themselves in school. They got kids, you know. They got a regular life, you know. They're figuring things out, you know. But anyway, make a long story short, the tall white blended in with the population, but this man called them out, right? He was like, man, these people are not, you know, human. So he called them out. Next thing you know it, he started checking them out. And the fellow, the head of the tall whites, the family, the woman looked like a human, but she was tall and she was white. Right? And the kids were tall and white too. So he checked them out of school and they moved up to these mountains, the military base. And the guy was like, hey, man, you heard about the tall whites? He said, yeah, man, there's a whole colony of them live up in this mountain. So they are around here somewhere. Yeah, they've been here. They've been here forever. The tall whites have been around forever, but they just blended in for society. And you can't tell them by, you got to figure out with their black molars, right? They got the molars on their, what is it? Their back molars. That's it.
I haven't heard that before. I haven't heard that.
The back molars. That's what it is.
I haven't heard that before.
They don't have any back molars. That's what Dr. Johnny P. III said. That was he was in tune with them. Hey, does this jacket fit you? I think it's just him on bike jacket when it's heavy. Made in USA. It's a good one.
Sunspots are a tear or a hole in the burning chromosphere. It is through these holes that scientists have been able to study the inner core of the sun with gamma ray shift detectors. Here's a drawing of the sun. The core is shown black. The outer surface, or chromosphere, is a thin layer of burning gas rotating once every 28 days. The inner core of the sun is a gigantic nuclear reactor. Its temperature reaches 16 million degrees centigrade. The center is 11 times as dense as lead and spins 6 times faster than the Earth. What would happen if the sun was upset, even slightly? This drawing shows how a solar flare would burst out of a positive sunspot and be attracted to a negative sunspot over to the right. These holes in the chromosphere also allow powerful outbursts of electromagnetic energy from the core. This photograph shows a solar flare erupting about 200,000 miles from the sun's surface. When several pairs of sunspots occur closely together, the polarity interference prevents the flame from curving back to its opposite number, and the flame is then deflected out into space where it condenses into gas. This gas is charged with electromagnetic radiation from the sun's interior, and it streams out through the solar system, affecting all the planets. This is solar wind. It affects our weather. The Earth has a hot molten interior in layers. When electromagnetic solar wind hits us, it can also upset the Earth's magnetic field and stimulate the core. This accelerating and breaking of the stimulator can put strain on the Earth's surface, causing volcanoes and earthquakes. It is well known that every 179 years, all of the 9 planets are on the same side of the sun, but this appears to have a little effect on the sun or on the Earth, as the 9 planets are spread right around 180 degrees. From 4000 BC to 1977, there have been 73 occasions when 6 or more planets were within 60 degrees. This type grouping is called a planetary alignment. Most alignments have been centuries apart with little or no apparent effects, but a series of planetary alignments, one after the other, in a short space of time, would produce a shockwave effect. Has this ever happened? Well, 4,500 years ago, there were 8 alignments in a 100-year period. That's an average of 1 every 14 years. Is it a coincidence that that series of alignments was followed by Noah's flood? Also, 3,500 years ago, there were 3 alignments in only 20 years. That was followed by major weather problems, earthquakes and volcanoes, as recorded in Jewish history at the time of the Exodus from Egypt. Also in the history and tradition of most other cultures around the world. From 1978 to 1986, we will have 15 alignments in only 8 years. Computer calculations show nothing like this in the past 20,000 years. Gravity is not the only force involved in a series of alignments. There are at least 25 factors to consider when groups of planets interact with each other. 2 of the most important factors are electrostatic and magnetic forces which affect the Sun. This article in a leading daily newspaper was published as scientific fact, and yet at the top right they show 2 planets, Uranus and Saturn, both going around on the same orbit simultaneously. No doubt, due to scientific sensationalism increases revenue for newspapers, radio and TV stations and planetariums. This is how alignments occur. The diagram shows the relative movement of the planets from March 5 to April 26, 1982, a period of 52 days. Some planets have moved considerably, while others have moved only a few degrees.
Stand by for the weather news. It's all bad and worse to come.
Dr. W. Hayes, University of California, Dr. Roger Clark, London University, and numerous others around the world say the effects will not be necessarily immediate. However, they have forecast the following.
A disturbed magnetic activity in the sun producing huge firestorms. The ionosphere of the Earth will be changed. Radio and TV communications will be disrupted. There will be near-light effects from aurora borealis. There will be vast changes in wind patterns. Rainfall and temperature patterns will change. Earth rotation and the length of the days may change. Many earthquakes will occur.
So let's see what's happened since 1978.
April 78, the sun flares up.
This photograph, taken by astronomers, appeared in newspapers around the world. Solar storms are quite normal, but this was really unusual. The biggest sunspot previously recorded was in 1947. This photo shows the giant solar flare that erupted 800,000 miles out of the sunspot. But by November 78, the April flare-up had grown to 5 times the size of this one.
Sunday Mail, November 78. A giant sunspot bombarding the Earth with 20 billion particles a second could be responsible for Europe's disastrous summer and other unprecedented weather freaks. Since the new sunspot first appeared in July 78, the world's weather has seemingly gone haywire. Now meteorologists are predicting a blue-spheric European winter with heavier than usual snowfall and vicious frosts. That forecast was made in November 78. The Northern Hemisphere has suffered extremely cold winters each year since 1978. February 79, at least 37 have died in snow and freezing winds that have brought icy chaos to Europe as far south as Spain.
In 1980, 4 weeks after an alignment, the first of a series of eruptions occurred in Mount St. Helens, America. 1,300 feet of the mountain top was blasted away. 22,000 acres of timberland was destroyed. At least 60 people were killed, including magazine photographers who were told that they were at a safe distance. In 1980, earthquakes occurred for the first time in many places. The best known major earthquakes were in Algeria, New Hebrides, and Italy. This shows areas of major damage in Naples, Mount Vesuvius, and Pompeii. On the first night, a violent earthquake followed by 33 tremors within 10,000 square miles and killed thousands of people.
Sukhumi, down on the Black Sea, is to the Russians what surface paradise is to Australians, a place of eternal sunshine. But this year, 1980, something went wrong. For the first time in history, the place was covered in snow.
Those are palm trees.
September 81. A strong earthquake rolled through Los Angeles yesterday, shaking the city area for about 15 seconds.
This is quite normal in Los Angeles, but what would happen if they had a big earthquake?
January 82, Britain goes underwater. Floods, ice and fog provided a grim start to the new year for much of Britain, with hundreds of graves in the south and Midlands underwater. Cars left in an emergency parking area in Birdcage Walk, London. Parts of Britain were folded on the South Pole. April 82. Spring blizzard, described as America's worst on record, seems to hold Wayne Goldstein frozen as he walks on Boston Common. Boston and New York City received up to 60 centimetres of snow and winds peaked at 80 kilometres an hour. Transport was in chaos with 50 cars and trucks involved in one fire in the morning. Chicago, on the shores of partly frozen Lake Michigan, the worst northern winter anyone can recall.
Apart from these few sensational events, the media appears to be playing down many of the natural disasters occurring with great frequency worldwide. Courier Mail, June 82.
A solar flare associated with scientific instruments were unable to measure shocked on the sunset on Sunday, June 6th.
Since 1978, there have been solar flares, earthquakes and volcanoes, all occurring 4 to 6 weeks after each alignment. Why does the media play these things down? Is it because extremes in climatic changes haven't occurred before, such as the mini ice age in Europe in the 16th century? Here are townspeople skating on frozen canals in Holland during their big freeze. Or are they afraid the public will panic? How would you stay alive? This was printed in 1978 by the Australian Government Publishing Service. Are they expecting earthquakes and weather problems in Australia in the near future? For several years, the United States has been building underground cities around the world, each providing for up to 6,500 politicians, bureaucrats and scientists, supposedly in the event of nuclear war. These underground cities have storehouses packed with supplies, facilities and amenities for their protection and comfort. People in Alice Springs report semi-truckloads of goods and supplies heading towards the Pine Gap complex. We'll have a look at Pine Gap later. Washington 77. The Doomsday Machine is the operation standing by to get certain people to different cities in the event of a so-called nuclear war. Several cities are mentioned.
The other still classified fellows are buried deep below mountains in the Washington area. There are 96 bunkers and bulkheads known by the Pentagon code named Noah's Ark. The list of the chosen few allows the feeling that a nuclear attack was imminent is probably the best kept secret in America.
Another city is
Minnesota, a massive subterranean city carved out of a mountain about 75 kilometres west of Washington.
Noah's Ark and that weather sound more like shelters against weather problems. If they were really for protection during nuclear war, you would expect names like Solomon and Lot of Brimstone or something like that, wouldn't you? No one can be sure when the effects of their alignments will reach their peak. Is it possible that these chosen few have started the alignments when up occurring? Could there be some connection between the alignments, the unusual weather patterns, and these underground cities? In the next part, we'll investigate some other things that you and I are not supposed to know about. Past, present and future, part 2, conspiracy, one of the darkest words in human history.
Here on this program, David Winterman. Do you believe in UFOs? Many people dismiss the stories of visitors from other worlds, but Ripley Strieber has written convincingly of such encounters since he said he was once visited by these aliens in 1985. His newest book about the visitors is called Breakthrough the Next Step. Ripley, it's great to see you on television after many wonderful nights on the radio. Yeah, it was fun. Before 1985 and this first visit, what was your life like? What were you doing? What were you all about? It was very pleasant. Before this happened, I was reading just an ordinary writer's life. You know, I wrote a book about nuclear war back in the Cold War. I wrote a book about environmental problems. I've written some novels. And then all of a sudden, one night in December of 1985, just very peculiar event. Yeah, you were visiting. I was not visited. I woke up in what appeared to be a nightmare situation, this stuffy little round room with all these large-eyed sort of faces peering at me, and a machine that kept saying, "What can you do to help you stop screaming?" Which I realized when I heard this between the screams that I was screaming. But I was so panicked, I was even like it would be normal to me. Yeah, right. And I worked real hard to make this turn back into my bed. My bedroom would not do that. So after a while, I blacked out, or was blacked out, whatever happened. The next morning, when I woke up, I thought, I did not know what happened. I think maybe you had a dream or something like that. I was not sure. I was very confused. I was very disturbed because I thought I seen an owl with the big eyes, and then I remembered a lot of people in the house. My wife said there was nobody there. She remembered nothing. And this bothered me a couple days. I went to the doctor because these images of these faces, the whole thing, you know, the doctor said that he said, "You tell me you were quite talking about it." And I said, "Oh no, I'm not trying to raise a kid. I have a family. I don't want to go. I don't want to go bonkers." And so with the psychiatrist, head of the department of psychiatry in New York State, tested, energized, did everything, all kinds of mental tests, physical tests, nothing wrong. Still no, still fine. Yeah. I even took lie detector tests to see if I was lying to myself. Many people have read your book. I mean, I read your book because I heard you on radio and you caught my attention. Okay? And how often do these people visit you? Well, I've had, and forgive me, and can you make this happen at will? Can you conjure this? A couple of times it's happened. Yeah. But before I spent 5 years on Breakthrough because I wanted it to be something that was really, really huge. It would be useful to people who are having the experience and reassure them that there's something outside of themselves, which I think it is. And would be at least interesting to people who are saying, "Hey, how long can we string this thing out?" It's going to be a long time because I'm on this stuff medication. But and it certainly is better for you in terms of your professional career than writing about nuclear war. Oh no. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare because of, I mean, we have the social life dead bugs. My wife and I. We are not, nobody. Are you kidding? People are running terror. I mean, in social situations, oh my God, you're the screamers. Yeah, exactly. Oh God, I don't forget about that. I don't know if I almost bunches, but and it's tough for my kid. You know, he's a teenager, and teenagers can be difficult. But getting back to the other thing, what does that mean? Teenagers can be difficult. Oh, it means a lot. It means that they didn't die. And his father, yeah. And Mr. UFO, it's not easy. Yeah. But he does it. I mean, he's a really well-good guy. Yeah. And how do these people, these beings, how do they choose who they're going to appear to? Well, And by the way, I'm not sure I buy into all of this, but I'm not going to knock it because I've never asked anyone to buy into it. What I'm trying to do, this is for the people who had experiences or think they may have experiences along it. It seems to there's a little bit of an ethnic bias in the letters we get. A lot of people of Irish extraction, American Indian extraction, a lot of people of colored black people, a certain amount of bias towards the Hudson Valley in upstate New York and California and Texas. A little bit more towards isolated areas than populated areas. About that much. Mostly, the whole UFO thing that happened, people get abducted, taken the border flying saucer, laid on a table, and basically didn't twitch. I didn't get any letters of that. I get, my family's involved. Our son, this is happening to our little boy, these little men. Typical example. They're men. They call them the children. Oh, they're small. If I call them the boys or the other kids or the kids from another world, or the children will say that little men are visiting here, or and they just, and a lot of children involved, there are a lot of male kids. And are they threatening in any way? I'd be very scared. Are they hostile or friendly? I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I'm able to tell anything like that. And I wouldn't venture against it. I feel they're very ethical. And I think that the reason they've been so slow in coming to us, just creeping slow with person, is that there's a big gulf between us. And they're much more advanced than we are. And they're not going to let us get into a situation where we feel the same kind of meaninglessness that like afflicts the people of Samoa and places where
the great difficulty I always have in conjuring up that, people come here in spaceships or flying saucers or whatever, and as you point out in your book, this may not necessarily be the case. These people might be visiting those who they visit in an entirely different plane, other than arriving here in a forward craft all the time. But the thing that I often wonder about is, if these people are so highly intelligent, and we must assume that they are, if in fact they exist, they must have seen our movies about spacecraft that visit Earth, and they know that we blow them all up in the movies, so come here to get blown up, when you get up there, it's not fun. Why don't we do a fast commercial back with Whitley Strieber, right through the next step after these messages. With Whitley Strieber, the author of Breakthrough, and to complete the thought that these beings could be not necessarily from another planet.
We have no idea what they are. I don't think anybody has. There's a lot of people speculating about them being aliens or being from some other level of reality, but we don't even know what that would mean, another level of reality.
If I did, we do know that we use about 10% of this up here, and the other 90% goes up. Well, logically, they know how to kick it in gear.
In the book, that's what I'm saying I think it's about. That I don't think they're more intelligent than we are. I think that they have the use of more of their brain. I think they can see like beyond time, and I think you can too. I think that's why they're here. I think they're trying to sort of get us, draw us to their level. That's my fault.
That's their purpose in coming here.
Well, it certainly seems to be something along those lines. And
how have they changed you? I mean, are you smarter now than you were then? Are you brighter than you were then? More
I know I'm not as scared as I was a very frightened person without realizing it. But having dealt with them for 5 years now, I know everything there is to know about you. And I'm not, they're really, I'm just deeply not afraid of you.
Can you communicate your fear to them? Did you? Well, I scream you.
Yeah, I think it might be quite clear.
Do they now not scare you anymore?
I don't think it's really ever been about that. I think my fear had to do with me. And what happened was, I got 140,000 letters came in. After I wrote the
surprised only that few.
Oh, no. Millions. No. That was a lot of letters for a long, detailed description of this. Most of the people were saying, I'm not as scared as you are when it happens to me. And I suddenly realized I was like on the extreme. There's a group of people, you'll find them in the UFO community and stuff, who are really scared. But the vast majority of people who have the experience really aren't. Very perplexed, and they'd like to know more.
Yeah. Here is Jill on the toll-free in Hepburn, Saskatchewan. Hello.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good. I was wondering, I know it must be very frustrating. A lot of people don't believe
You?
Yeah.
I was just wondering how you deal with it.
Let's put it this way. It is very, very frustrating. There is the odd wall in my house with a hole in it that's been put there by my fist. I can get very angry about that. But I have got in this book some interesting, first of all, it's all multiple witness experiences. I told the villagers in my mind that I would not put anything in the book unless more than one person participated. It took 5 years, but gradually, coming with groups of people up to my cabin, reliable people I could trust, it built into a series of multiple witness encounters that tells you what this thing is about, really. And it's the first time anyone's done it. No one's ever done it. Yeah, Jill, have you read any of these other books?
No, I haven't. I have heard his name. I know that, but no, I haven't.
And I think that also, in a way, I would never try to impose this on people. I think there's a reason.
Well, this isn't to me. If you don't believe it, I understand.
Yeah, there's a reason because they're just keep it secret. I mean, they are not trying to impose themselves on people. Therefore, I have in my book, for someone who's had contact, this book's got proof. For someone who thinks it's probably real, this is going to take them over the edge. They're going to decide it probably is. For someone who does not want to believe in this, the book's not going to push it.
Joe, I'm glad you called. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks for watching. Judy in Tampa, Florida. Judy, hello.
Hi.
Good evening. Hi, Judy.
Hi, I was wondering if you had any marks left on your body, or any probes or anything like that.
Oh, good. I'm going to win a bet. I had a bet with somebody for whether or not the probe issue would be brought up. Well, you can see me squirming in my chair. I'm thinking about a probe. Not the deep throat. Yeah, I have that. When I had my first experience, I was roughed up. There's no way to describe it. I remembered like getting banged in the side of the head by something that flashed, and there were marks. I mean, there was a mark on my head. There's even some very strange sort of little things in my MRI scans that might be an indication of something that happened. There was a rectal probe that happened that was very unpleasant and really creeped me out.
Well, it seems like that would definitely prove your story to anyone who was a skeptic.
Well, yeah. I mean, 2 days later, I couldn't sit down.
Yeah.
It would not, but it didn't happen to the skeptic. So the skeptic can say, so what happened? He sat on a cactus? You know, he sat on a rolling pin? I mean,
Thomas had to put his hand into Jesus' side before he believed that he was crucified.
Yeah, but in this particular situation, I think that unless you've had contact, you need to stay at that level. Right? I would not say that I'm trying to make people into believers, but if you've had the visitors come into your house,
this is a pretty handy guidebook.
This is useful. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Judy, I'm glad you called, and thanks for watching.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Can you tell them to go away and will they?
I've never tried. My guess is, well, because it's the most interesting thing that ever happened to me. I mean, boy, this has been such a ride. Wow, it's unbelievable. It's been better than climbing Everest, I think.
Once try that. God, get on my way.
No, I don't want to.
Okay. I'm glad to meet you again here on It's been fun. Come back anytime. Whitley Strieber, the book is called Breakthrough, the Next Step. Back after these messages.
In 1993, the FAA started warning pilots to stay away from a certain section of airspace over Alaska. The U.S. government was experimenting with a new breed of high-altitude electronic technology that was significantly altering the Alaskan airspace. The experiments continue to this day, and critics are warning that this project could have global effects that will destroy our planet. In Alaska, the rugged, pristine wilderness is timeless, most of it remaining just as it has for thousands of years. In the midst of all this natural beauty, just outside the small town of Kokona, stands an enormous and seemingly harmless antenna farm. It is a $100 million Air Force project known as HARP, and critics of the soon-to-be completed facility charge it just may turn out to be the ultimate doomsday machine.
It's got all the marks of Dr. Strangelove on it.
HARP is an acronym for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. According to Program Manager John Hesher, HARP is a research facility designed to study the ionosphere.
All the military have communications, surveillance, navigation systems whose paths either traverse the ionosphere or reflect from it. So we need to be very careful about what we know about it and how we study it. What we're interested in is what is the effect of a large input of energy on the ionosphere.
The ionosphere is the outermost layer of the Earth's atmosphere. It is part of an electromagnetic field that keeps out harmful solar and cosmic radiation. One visible effect of the sun's rays hitting the ionosphere is the aurora borealis, known as the northern lights. The ionosphere also plays a vital role in worldwide radio communication.
The first transmission of radio waves across the ocean was quite a surprise when it was first done. People thought there'd be no chance to transmit signals across the ocean by wireless. And the ionosphere does it like a mirror. And so you transmit a signal and it bounces off the ionosphere, then bounces off the Earth.
When HAARP is fully operational, it will transmit extremely powerful blasts of high-frequency radio waves directly up into the atmosphere, superheating the electrons that make up the ionosphere. This will cause them to disperse, effectively punching a hole in the ionosphere.
But after you turn the instrument off, this thing kind of moves around and it gets replenished. And within a few minutes, it's back to where you can't even detect there's a hole anymore.
The Air Force says that manipulating the ionosphere and studying the effect will allow them to improve the efficiency of communications, navigation, and surveillance systems. But researchers outside the military see HAARP as a high-tech weapon with global implications.
The way I see HAARP as it is right now, it is a premier, a top-notch, high-energy radio physics experiment and has definite military applications.
Journalist Mark Farmer lives in Alaska and has written about the potential impact of HAARP for both Jane's Defense Weekly and Popular Science magazine. He believes that HAARP will be used to take giant X-rays of Earth.
Earth-penetrating tomography is a technique using extremely low-frequency radio waves. Today in geophysical probing, scientists will use explosives or a machine that thumps the ground to produce these waves, but HAARP will stimulate the auroral electrojet to make an antenna thousands of miles long that will emit these ELF waves.
Farmer's research indicates that the extremely low-frequency waves would be capable of penetrating several kilometers into the Earth, ferreting out nuclear storage facilities and other underground military installations.
This is producing surveillance systems able to detect stealthy cruise missiles and aircraft. These are systems that will enable us to communicate at higher data rates and at greater distances with our ballistic missile submarines.
While the Air Force insists HAARP is not an offensive weapon and is necessary for continuing national security, Alaska native Nick Begich proposes a different scenario in this new book.
The things that we found in other Air Force documents, one in particular was a document put together in '82. The document was called Low Intensity Conflict in Modern Technology, with a foreword by none other than Newt Gingrich. In one section, spoke about using radio frequency radiation transmitters for disrupting human thinking, for basically debilitating truth invisibly by being able to bombard them with radio frequency that was tuned to just the right frequency, just the right waveform, so as to totally disrupt their mental process and basically debilitate those troops.
Because of HAARP's potential to disrupt the Earth's magnetic field, many observers are concerned that it will damage the biomagnetic sensors that migratory animals like salmon and birds depend upon.
Anything that HAARP can do to the magnetic field is orders of magnitude smaller than the natural variations of the Earth. So I would have to say, no, there's nothing we can do to affect the salmon.
But what generates the most concern by far is HAARP's ability to tamper with and punch holes in the ionosphere.
The thing that one of the Air Force documents points out is that they want to use this either to create enough energy in the ionosphere to get a runaway effect up to the next stabilizing level, whatever that might be.
It's precisely whatever that might be that worries Dr. Patrick Flanagan, a physicist who believes the ionosphere is extremely fragile.
The ionosphere is a chaotic system that is on an edge of instability. So the trigger point for HAARP would be that energy and that frequency which throws the ionosphere into chaos. In other words, it would be that point which throws it over the edge.
For example, it is believed that a hole in the Earth's ozone layer has caused an increase in infrared radiation, contributing to the melting of the polar ice caps and forcing New Zealand children to wear protective clothing to school. Flanagan and others believe the potential danger from a hole in the ionosphere is much greater.
You could create a change in the ionospheric shield that protects us from cosmic radiation. We're worried about the ozone layer. The ozone layer is nothing compared to what HAARP can do. You know, we're worried about ultraviolet light. That's just a very harmless ray compared to some of those energy streams or particles that are coming from outer space that are being deflected by this natural shield around the Earth. And this is what HAARP wants to play with.
Critics worry that HAARP has been placed in the hands of too few, and that international debate is necessary to fully explore all the potential dangers that this project may soon unleash, a proposal in which the Air Force has shown little interest to date.
Once we open this box, and it is a veritable Pandora's box, we're not going to be able to close it. And of course, once you acquire technology, you want bigger and better aspects of it. And then we come to the questions of whether or not, if we go big, if we go better, if we're going to cause damage to our planet.
Proponents of HAARP insist the danger has been grossly exaggerated. The project continues to move forward as scheduled and will be fully operational by 1997.
Next, they started an international controversy with their story of extra.
Here are some of the stories sightings is following in the news. In a recent book titled 7 Experiments That Could Change the World, author Rupert Sheldrake explores new and intriguing theories about the psychic bond between humans and animals. In Big Sur, California, English researcher Rupert Sheldrake recently presented the findings of a scientific study he conducted, which validates what many pet owners already sense. They have a unique psychic bond with their pets.
I think the psychic abilities of animals are very common. I would explain it in terms of morphic fields, and they're the kinds of fields that connect packs of wolves together or flocks of birds. I think that these are the basis of the bonds between pets and people.
Sheldrake spent 14 years studying animal behavior at Cambridge University and found that morphic fields may explain those uncanny premonitions animals display when it's time to go to the vet, or when you're about to leave on a trip, or even when a family member is in danger.
If we can show that psychic connections between pets and their owners are real, we have to take seriously the existence of psychic phenomena in general.
I think that there is, if you want to use the term telepathic, communication. I think there is an undeniable bond between Papillon and Rachel.
Mindy Gwynn knows the power of animal telepathy. Her daughter Rachel was only 5 days old when their dog Papillon somehow sensed danger as Rachel lay sleeping in her crib.
Papillon came into the bathroom while I was in the shower, and he was frantic, enough to the point where I knew he was trying to tell me something. I threw on my clothes and I followed him to the bedroom, and that was where he put his front paws up on the crib and he barked at the baby. And when I looked in at her, I realized that she was a little bit blue.
On closer examination, Mindy realized that her infant daughter had stopped breathing. Mindy tried desperately to revive her.
My daughter Amanda called 911, and I was still doing mouth-to-mouth when the ambulance got there, and I carried Rachel out and jumped in the back of the ambulance.
Rachel survived. After a week in the hospital, Mindy brought her home to the friend she believes saved the baby's life.
I reaffirmed my belief in the bonds between animals and people at that point. I remember hugging the dog for a good long time because this dog just really did more than I could ever say thank you for.
Most people accept these things. Science at present denies them. And I think opening up science in a way that these things are taken on board can help open up our view of the world in a really dramatic way. I think it will change science.
In Thailand, more than 5,000 people from around the world gathered for this year's Phuket Vegetarian Festival, an ancient tradition demonstrating the powers of mind over matter. Men from the area, believed to be spirit mediums, display a superhuman threshold for pain, walking over hot coals and piercing their bodies with an unbelievable range of sharp implements. Even close up, their faces display no signs of pain, not even a wince, as they endure piercing with 3-inch diameter bamboo poles. How is this possible? Dr. Joshua Prager, director of the UCLA Pain Medicine Center, believes it may be a result of the amazing mind-body connection.
We now know that pain is not something that is just a sensation in a part of the body or parts of the body, but is actually an entire experience. Information that comes in has to pass through a gate, and that gate can be opened or closed by various phenomena.
The mediums at the festival use self-hypnosis to will themselves into an altered state of consciousness, and in such a state seems to act as a natural anesthetic against what would normally be excruciating pain.
People who are having a religious experience are often very close to trance state, and so somehow they are teaching themselves, or they have the ability, when they work themselves up into the trance state, to close the gate.
Dr. Prager believes that the ability to withstand pain varies from person to person, based on their genetic predisposition. But he also believes that the Phuket Festival does demonstrate that everyone can improve their own pain threshold to some degree. In San Diego, California, one engineer is issuing a warning about a new threat to Earth's ever-waning resources, and not only from our growing numbers, but also our size. Humans are getting too big.
By 2050, we're talking about maybe 12 billion people in the world. We have 6 billion right now. Now, it makes a big difference whether that 12 billion people averages 100 pounds or 200 pounds.
In the last 100 years, the median height has grown by 6 inches, and the median weight has increased by more than 50 pounds. And the larger we become, the more natural resources we consume.
But there's no doubt that we live in a finite Earth. There are finite resources, and the Earth is going to change.
Samaras warns that unless we begin downsizing our population, we will use up most of our farmland and all of our petroleum supplies midway through the next century.
We're getting more people, we're getting bigger people. I think we can see that the problem is stupendous in terms of the threat to our survival.
We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings. In the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, character Roy Neary becomes obsessed with a vision, plagues his mind, his dreams, even sculpts it in his mashed potatoes. In real life, a California horseshoer named Randy Spears also had a vision. It plagued his mind and his dreams. His Sightings correspondent Carmen Wolf reports when Randy pursued his vision, something very strange happened.
The spectacular Sierra Nevada range extends almost the entire length of California. These are mountains of unparalleled beauty. Along its rugged trails, you can easily find yourself lost in thought, or as even experienced hikers know, just plain lost.
I love the mountains. I also love waterfalls and lakes, and I like to sometimes be by myself.
Millie McGregor has been hiking and camping in these Sierras for much of her life. On the morning of September 4th, 1995, she set off on a simple day hike. She told her husband she'd be home before dark. She wasn't.
After I was on the trail for several hours, I started having chest pain.
Millie was dizzy and disoriented. She lost the trail and couldn't find her way down the mountain.
The places I was going, they would run out or they'd come into a big high canyon. It was real rough terrain.
Millie's spirits and her water supply were running low. She was tired, frightened, and cold. When day turned to night, the temperature dropped below freezing. For search and rescue teams, it was a race against time. How extensive was the search?
There were about 100 people involved, mostly volunteer units. There were about 50 mounted units, and the rest were foot units, motorcycle, tricycle, and dogs.
After 3 bone-chilling nights, Millie was still missing. Search helicopters were equipped with infrared radar, but hope for her survival was dwindling. Millie's husband feared the worst.
After 3 days and nights up there, I was about ready to give her up, yeah.
On day 3, over 100 miles outside the search area, Horseshoer Randy Spears had a strange, haunting vision he did not understand.
I just got flashed on search and rescue and kind of pictured a hillside. And for some reason, my hand was in front of it. I was basically pointing, but I had my whole hand up.
It wasn't until he got home that Randy learned of Millie's disappearance. His wife Shelley helped Randy in his search for the mountaintop in his vision.
When I looked on the map, it just kind of all came back to me, that hillside, and it just struck me right there, and I knew right where she was. So I just kind of decided I had to go.
What did Randy say to you when he came home?
He told me it was somebody's grandma, and she was very cold, and she needed to get out. And he knew who she was, and he always came time.
It wasn't just a nagging feeling. Randy dropped everything to pursue his vision.
I didn't even want to skip out of work, so the kid, they were strong enough that I just canceled everything and went.
Randy felt he had a job to do and convinced his best friend Frank Smith to join him in his quest. At 1:30 in the morning, they set off to find a woman they had never met.
As we approached the area where the search party was taking place, it's like you can see the excitement on his face, or the seriousness. I don't know how to describe it, but he goes, "That's where she is. She's on that hillside. She's on that mountain." And he held his hand up. And he goes, "I don't know why I'm doing this." But behind his ring finger is on that mountain is where he said she was.
At dawn, Randy and Frank saddled up their mules and rode to the rescue station. Randy revealed his vision to James Marks.
I was a little taken aback just because, here we all are, 100 people who've been there for 3 days, and here comes someone who just said, and I'm very, very determined, saying, "I know right where she's at, and I'm going to go get her."
Did he actually point out to you where he thought he'd find Mildred?
Oh, exactly. He pointed right to the site, kind of framed it in with his hands, and he said, "She's right up on top of the mountain."
Was there any doubt in your mind that you were going to find Mildred?
No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. They didn't have the same map that Randy had.
All the way up the mountain, Randy never wavered from his mysterious internal map.
Something was just pushing me the whole way. It was like I was chosen to go.
Incredibly, Millie McGregor, exhausted and close to dehydration, was also being drawn to the top of the mountain.
I don't know how much longer, I'm going to be able to do this. So I thought, I had a notion when I got to the top. For some reason, I thought there would be somebody there.
How long was it that you seen it before you saw this mirage coming towards you?
He's trying on you. It was more 5 minutes.
I couldn't believe that she just walked right out. We just run right into each other.
Randy signaled to Frank that his vision quest was over. Millie was finally in safe hands.
As they went into the search area, everyone just kind of looked at them and they were stunned. I don't think they could believe that he actually happened.
Millie was escorted to a waiting ambulance. Her heroes disappeared before Millie's family could thank them.
I feel very well and very thankful.
You give me back to what? What can you say to Doug? He gave your heart back to you.
Thanks doesn't seem to be enough. He said, "Oh yeah, I'm very excited."
I accompanied Millie and Jim on a trip back to Northern California so they could thank the man whose vision had saved Millie's life.
You and I to crazy husband. We were just talking about last night. I don't think that I would encourage my husband to go. Now, smile.
She was a really special lady or something. And it was non-powerful. That's how I could feel it.
The moment whole experience is one that you certainly never forget. It's like sometimes in your life things happen that change you, and you will never be quite the same again.
Linda Blackbeard also told Conrad that she wants to start hiking again, but she's made a promise to her family that she won't go hiking alone.
Next, it's called heart, and one of the things it's designed to do is burn holes in the atmosphere.
You're worried about the ozone layer. The ozone layer is nothing compared to our heart.
You know, Project Heart, you know?
Yeah.
You know anything about it, Dennis?
Yeah.
All right, talk about it real quick with us. We've been this on pause. All right, my people, hey, everybody, what's going on? Welcome here. I've got my special guest, Dennis, right here. He's going to talk about Project Heart. Stay right there, brother.
Really all I know that it's in Alaska.
Stand right there.
I know that it's based out of Alaska.
Right there.
And there was a university that was,
There's a mic stick. There you go.
there was a university, I think it was in Michigan, that was had control of it for a little while, but it's supposed to be deactive right now. It bounces radio frequencies off the ionosphere, and that it, you know, they say that it can cause mental capacity breakdown. It can, you know, it's a multitude of things that they are able to do with it. Like I said, I think it's deactivated now, supposedly, but you know.
I think they stopped it. I don't know. The military supposedly stopped it. So.
Yeah, they had the University of Michigan, I think it was doing a lot of research with it, but yeah, it's a military-based thing. No.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Appreciate that. All right, here we go. We're going to be rolling into UFOs all over the world, and we're going to be picking up on this new feed. Once we got this rolling here, it's going to take a little while because I got this on VHS tape. Let me roll this in.
Another thing about heart is that some people believe that it can cause earthquakes. And like the earthquake that caused the Fukushima thing in the nuclear power plant in Japan, heart actually was active in that moment.
Visitors through here.
Bounced waves off the island.
Yeah, that's what happens. It's frequencies. Different type of frequencies. Tesla's messed with it. Anyway, here we go.
But just how far do some of them travel to get there? There's been another UFO sighting in the night skies. A group of students on a camping trip from Ross Smith High School at Northfield are the witnesses.
What is that? It's the stuff of science fiction. Unexplained glowing objects moving in a pitch black sky, witnessed by 15 students and their 2 teachers. What are they? The group is on a 3-day camp at Avon Bay on the south coast of Kangaroo Island to join the bonfire when 5 lights appeared and started moving towards them.
They just kept coming, really bright lights, obviously not stars. They got really more close to us. Then they lined up and stayed in formation.
According to the students, the objects were more than 50,000 feet above ground level.
A plane moved by after, about half an hour after. It was much lower.
The students reported their sighting to police and also rang the UFO Society and air traffic control, who couldn't explain the sightings.
Some locals say they're not the least bit surprised at what the class witnessed. They believe UFO sightings above the island are on the increase.
Well, last few weeks there's been a few people saying things around town and blokes talking in the pub saying they've seen lights and things. The lady the other day said she was followed in her car.
Try telling that to the skeptics.
I wouldn't rule out this much a possibility of a home stuff.
Melanie Hall for Nightline.
The United States.
Before Galileo, popular wisdom decreed that the Earth was at the centre of the universe. Now we know that we're at the edge of our galaxy, a rotating spiral of hundreds of billions of suns.
Welcome back. It's now time to unmask one of the most misunderstood phenomena of our time, crop circles. Observers around the world continue to speculate about the significance of these intricate patterns of flattening. Where do they come from? Why are they here? And what is their meaning? Tonight, we'll put the mystery to rest once and for all.
Crop circle. Elaborate circular formations of flattened crops that appear mysteriously in the dark of night. These frequently complex patterns have been documented around the globe, some said to date back as far as the 1600s. Their beauty is undisputed, but the origin of crop circles has sparked a heated debate. Some claim they are created by supernatural forces. Others point to ghosts, paranormal activity, even alien spacecraft. Most circles appear in barley and wheat fields, the majority having been found in the English countryside near the sacred site of Stonehenge. To this day, there is no official explanation of how these circles are created. However, some researchers point to this amateur home video recorded near Oliver's Castle in England. Watch closely just below the two flashing light sources. In a matter of seconds, their combined energy appears to carve a series of perfect circles in the crop. Did you see it? Take another look. The wheat appears to simply give way to the extraordinary rotation of white lights. While we may disagree on the origins of crop circles, many paranormal experts agree that these phenomena are the result of a higher intelligence. They base their claims on at least 4 distinct attributes inherent in all genuine crop circles. First is the fact that there is no physical evidence of human construction. No marks left by machines, no holes in the ground, no disturbance to the surrounding crop, and most important, no footprints. More on that later. Second, experts claim the crops display complex woven patterns that are not created by weight or force. The stalks simply bend to lie flat and are rarely broken. Third, the intricate patterns are said to be based on sacred geometry, precise geometric principles that govern the growth process of all organic life. And fourth is sheer size. Believers claim it is not humanly possible to create such enormous patterns in so little time, some as large as 8 football fields in length, mysteriously appearing in just one night.
And there's another important attribute we're forgetting. According to researchers, in the thousands of circles identified throughout the world, no one has ever been caught in the act of making one. That is, until now.
Take another look at this amateur home video footage. Could this really be the answer? Don't bet on it. As the sun rises above the ripened crops of New Zealand, another discovery is made. Strange markings created by unknown visitors. The design resembles one discovered in the English countryside near Stonehenge in July of 1996. As expected, the crop circle makes front-page news in southern New Zealand. The report asks all the standard questions. Who or what created this, and where did they come from? Well, tonight, for the first time on network television, the mystery is finally unmasked. The strange visitors have traveled a great distance, but they flew coach. They're called circle makers, 3 London-based artists who create their masterpieces under the cover of darkness. And they've agreed to show you step by step how it's done. The elaborate formation they've chosen to create is not the result of the latest computer drawing software. Just a design they liked and sketched out earlier in the day. With their car parked at a safe distance for a clean getaway, the 3 men prepare to unload their secret equipment. And it's not what you might expect. Rope, wood planks, and surveyor's tape. That's it. You don't believe it? Watch. With their tools in hand, the small team make their way into the field.
You know, Dennis, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on this. You know these people, because they can do DNA. You can't alter the wheat structure. Right. So these guys are full bullshit. Right. Okay, look, did you hear about that? When they came in, they said under the cover of the night, they parked their car, coming out with a wooden plank, a rope, and surveyor's tape. Right. They're so full of shit. I mean, are you kidding me?
The complex designs I've seen too.
I mean, I call bullshit on this show.
Remember the claim that the surrounding crops are not disturbed? Well, that's not entirely true. A closer look reveals some footprints can be found. Often the ground is hard, and by following the trail lines, few footprints, if any, are left. In the unlikely event they are found, they're usually attributed to subsequent visitors to the formation, making it a win-win situation. The tram lines are paths in the crop used by farmers for planting, fertilizing, and harvesting equipment. This shot shows our team entering the field. Upon arriving at a predetermined location within the crop, one team member stands at a center point while another begins to mark the first circle out. Nothing is pounded into the ground. Remember, they leave without a trace. Once the first circle is complete, a tuft of wheat is left standing to mark the center. All future measurements are based on this position. For fear of being heard, communication is a series of silent signals, aided by moonlight. Working outward from the center, the circle makers begin the swirling pattern by flattening down the crop with their homemade wood planks. The planks, called stalk stoppers, are different sizes, each with holes on the ends where the rope is looped through. Each member then holds onto the rope like reins on a horse and gallops along, flattening down the grain as he goes. The design of the formation is what dictates the lay of the crop. This and the size of the boards are in part responsible for the complex woven patterns that seem to baffle researchers. Remember the third attribute of all genuine crop circles, sacred geometry? Well, the circle makers confess they're not interested in that. If it works out that the design means something to those who discover it, all the better. Having said that, the key to this crop circle is the tram lines. And as luck would have it, the tram lines are exactly 48 feet apart. 48 is divisible by 6, and 6 is an important number in sacred geometry. In fact, all of the diameters of all of the circles in the main formation are divisible by 6. For years, the circle makers have shared an interest in the paranormal, and they've collaborated on a wide range of projects, including fine art and photography. Including a jump from traditional artists to covert artists in 1994, when they first teamed up to make crop circles.
That's not going to change the molecular structure of it.
The strange formations were frequently appearing in their hometown without any rational explanations for how they were made. They finally decided to see if it was humanly possible to create one, and they weren't disappointed. Within hours, the formation is complete. Making sure not to leave any incriminating evidence behind, the circle makers make their getaway.
Circle makers, they should call them something else.
But what about the final claim believers make about genuine crop circles? The fact that it's humanly impossible to create such enormous patterns in such a short amount of time. We thought you'd want to see this for yourself. To prove once and for all that this formation is not the result of elaborate equipment or television trickery, we placed a time-lapse camera 140 feet above the crop. One picture is taken every 17 seconds. Take a look as 3 men with some boards and rope finally unmask one of the world's most mysterious scams in under 6 hours. If supernatural forces are involved, they're doing it the hard way.
Our time is up. We hope you've enjoyed this inside look at the dark world of deception and the methods used to make the impossible seem real. So remember, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. I'm Judd Nelson.
Hey, Dennis, you remember who Judd Nelson was? Judd Nelson was an actor in the Breakfast Club. Was it the Breakfast Club? He was like the cool guy, right? In the library, and always got the piece of ass.
As shown in a unique video taken by the Century Time Check, the engineer that is filming Independence Day Parade months earlier. Look at this video that was shot. 4 days later, on November
of the night in the area of the city known as Zona Volcanica, and Hell Cruz, a student, took this videotape from his fifth-story apartment window. The ship appears to be slowly rotating in a counterclockwise motion as it disappears behind a neighboring complex. The animal witness of Super Channel 3 was present to record this dramatic segment. It wasn't until the object back to the left over Edley's Hill that a familiar triangular form was identified. This rare comparison video, taken 2 years earlier in Belgium, shows an identical triangular-shaped craft. Utilizing optical enhancement, a star is visible behind the object. When the star is used as a reference point, it becomes quite apparent that the erratic movement of the craft is that of the object and not the result of a handheld camera. Visual comparison of the two segments illustrates the similarities between the two craft and the similarities with footage taken of the Mars. And in this photograph taken in the state of Hidalgo, it strongly resembles a Variation 2 ship that was photographed by Edward Meyer in 1979 as it hovered over a wooded area in Switzerland. The similarities are amazing. 4 different configurations of spaceships have been seen in the skies over Mexico, and there may be more. Meanwhile, over Mexico City, the skies are becoming more and more crowded. A commercial airliner approaches for landing as an unidentified object passes dangerously close. On March 4th at 11:30 p.m., the Central Control Tower at the International Airport in the city records a flight of UFOs to Eastern Quiet. Shortly thereafter, the airport authorities have confirmed the sighting and recorded the event on video. The electronic signal lasted for approximately 40 minutes before disappearing from the radar screen. The control tower operator allowed Nike to examine the videotape. Over in the midst of the screen, and the first yellow white ball of light until they appeared to merge as one, as if jockey. Suddenly, to the left, 2 more luminous objects appear. As the 2 on the right separate, we can now see 4 distinct, unidentified objects. It appears to have lights within portholes, ringing instruction. The young artist's rendering took on new meanings. The similarities were amazing. The second photograph, the one on the left, was taken during the same time frame in the same area of Mexico. 5 flying objects. In this segment, shot on June 25th, the unidentified object appears to be rotating at 90 degrees. Note, the top of the object changing from white to black, as it rapidly moves through the cloudy sky. 2 days later, on June 27th, the ovnis reappear over Mexico City. Again, on June 28th, and again on June 29th.
Attention on the original segment of the editing footage, which was only 8 seconds in length.
The only shots is loaded your editing footage into the LDR GPS screen, and up here top are 6 sequential frames of the video footage. They appear down here, blown up ×5, frames 1 through 6 down here at the bottom. Take one of these and zoom in on it even more. We can go up here to ×8. We position what we like to zoom in on, and when we click on it, we're now looking at ×8 of that bigger image. Since it's so far away from the camera, we only have 4 lines of scan that hit the actual image sensor in the camera. Those 4 lines right there, that's all we picked it up. This over here appears to be very, very black, which is abnormal, and it shows us in most places that this object was illuminated from this axis over here. This is the shadow, the sunlight. The best you come up with is kind of a hockey puck looking shape.
The Enovian had challenged and eliminated the Venus theory on this piece of footage. The object recorded on video was elongated and shaped somewhat like a hockey puck. It was not spherical. Venus would display symmetrical pixel characteristics because it is a sphere. And our atmospheric clouds would not pass behind the planet, yet clouds obviously appear behind this object, and this object, and this one, all filmed during the Great Solar Eclipse. Tabasco, Hidalgo, Tlaxcala, Puebla, Mexico District Federal, and again in the state of Veracruz. The cities most affected by the activity were Atlisco, Metepec, Puebla, Mexico City, Pachuca, Tulancingo, Costa Rica, Nanchtal, Veracruz, Acayucan, Cardenas, Tepoztlan. As depicted in this footage taken by Mr. Del Calejo from a Target's apartment building overlooking the sprawl of Mexico City. H. David Furman, an aerospace consultant, speculates about the object's attraction to the transmission towers.
We in our own planetary explorations are extremely interested in any energy patterns emitted from places or things. We might assume that other explorers can be interested in even the simple Hertzian waves that our radio transmitters emit. In this respect, getting closer would be better, because signal strength is much greater closer in. And things such as amplitude and frequency modulations and beam patterns can be measured much more accurately in the so-called near field of antenna feeds. Thus, we might speculate that someone somewhere is adding to their database of electromagnetic signatures from various emitters on planet Earth.
His attention focused on the object darting around the radio tower, Mr. Del Calejo continued to record as a commercial airliner approached. Then, as if guided by an intelligence that recognized the close proximity of the oncoming airliner, the OVNI moved out of the way. Another airliner approaches, and it moves again. The possibility of onboard guidance, illustrated by unique flight characteristics, had been seen in numerous videos. In order to closely examine the aerial prowess of the UFOs, one of the most dramatic segments was loaded into the Enovian computer.
He comes across the screen, he just abruptly stops and backs up and gets into the cloud, backs out of it, goes in again, peeks out, and goes out. Again, the motion is
not recognizable as that of an aircraft or a helicopter.
During this computer examination, another remarkable discovery was revealed.
I mean, yeah, right there. Go back up there, right there. What is that? Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really looked at that for us. Zoomed in on it. See. Oh my. It sure looks like a hockey puck kind of shape, doesn't it? I think you just found the second object. Let's go back to the original shot. Now move the cursor down from that object we just examined. Let's go to the other object underneath it. See that right there? Yeah, let's see what we can find out about it. Something there. So we may have a third object. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Not only was the craft demonstrating flight capabilities unknown to modern physics, but there was more than one object in this footage, and it dematerialized within a fraction of a second.
Everybody's been watching him play peekaboo in and out of the crowd, and nobody really paid much attention down here. But that is definitely another object right there. Look how bright he is. One is that green. That green there. And you go one more frame, one more frame, one more frame, one more frame. Look at that. See? Brightness bubble, then jump right off. In one frame, 160% that sucker changes intensity. And that would be fade out.
The footage taken in Super Channel 3 had exhibited this same one-frame appearance. While closely examining other videos with transmission towers in view, another startling anomaly was discovered. Something again appears and vanishes in 1/30th of a second. Comparisons were made between the opening to the right and above the tower and the object that appeared to be near the tower. Surprisingly, the digital enlargement detailed the shading and pixel similarities between the two images. Given this unique ability to materialize and to vanish in an instant,
Mr. Carr detects movement in the upper right corner of his viewfinder and pans the camera towards it. The hollow grinding sound is that of his tripod. A cluster of unknowns are above the three below. The cameraman is overcome with excitement with the massive aerial display, and he should be. For the first time ever, a camcorder has recorded daylight footage of an armada of unidentified flying objects over a major metropolis. Note, the two objects above the AM reading on the screen will merge and reappear as three. Also note the gravitational interaction they display with each other.
There appear to be 17 to 23 of these objects in the same image. We grabbed a single frame and he tilted the camera up. We stopped with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prominently visible in the picture. If we go in and zoom on this one here in the middle, we see our hockey puck shape. You get a little more information up here. This object had more than 4 scan lines on the original camera. We can see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
maybe 9, 10 up here. Let's just take this area here and take the color information out. Let's enhance the contrast. Now we can go take a look at it and see if they appear, more things appear to us. Now we get the idea of what the normal sky should look like at this point. And the object here doesn't appear to show any atmospheric disturbance or anything around it. Helicopters, things like that would. This object doesn't appear to be moving very fast at all. It's not emitting any great amount of heat. It's the heat waves are pretty apparent when you get into this type of thing that we're doing with the computer here. There's the other one. It's almost like they're fading in and out. If we were to take and release, say, 4 white balloons up in the sky and let them float out, you would expect to see all 4 of them look very similar. They all have the same intensity and whatever. There's no real explanation for 4 balloons being in the sky, one showing to the camera with contrast like this, and other ones like this, unless this one was way in the distance. However, the size of this object is the same as these. The other problem we have with it being balloons is if all of these were just floating up in the sky, then the direction of motion would be vertical. They would all be fairly symmetrical. They wouldn't change relative position to each other as they floated up. When we look at the live video, several of the objects appear to move up and down. Some of them go side to side and do a side-to-side motion, and the others don't move at all. So if this one is floating up and this guy starts moving horizontally and then stops, it kind of dispels the balloon theory.
The unbelievably precise surgical art.
Which is the whole question of crisis, rural crisis in Australia and the New World Order, is one that really needs 2 or 3 hours, but I promised to spare you that much tonight, and I hope to get you back before midnight. But something of the complexity of all this perhaps could be understood if I told you of a meeting that I had done in Victoria about 10 days ago when I was the guest speaker of the annual convention of the Farm Management Society down in Albury. And the subject I'd been asked to speak on was the New World Order, which created a lot of controversy. There was some dissension about whether I should be there speaking. Apparently it's a hot subject. But the most interesting thing to me was that the conference concluded with the convener getting up and telling the audience his experiences. He said, I have heard Prime Minister Bob Hawke and President George Bush talking about the New World Order. And I was interested in that, and I wondered if it had any bearing on economic problems facing farmers. So he said, I rang the Department of Trade down in Canberra and said, look, have you any material on the New World Order, and could you provide a speaker to our forum so that we can get a bit more information? To which there was a long, pregnant pause at the other end of the telephone line. And they said, well, they did have some material on the New World Order, but they weren't quite sure if they were at liberty to release it, and they certainly didn't have any speakers.
And there was a little shuffling around where they asked each other what the right thing to do was, and apparently nobody quite knew, so they suggested he get on with the Department of Foreign Affairs, which probably was the right department dealing with that subject. So he rang the Department of Foreign Affairs, and he said there was an even longer, more pregnant pause the other side of the line, and they said yes, they did have a lot of material on this, but they weren't quite sure how far they could go in releasing it, and beside that they didn't have speakers, and they weren't quite sure if they could help. But why not try the Prime Minister's Department? So he rang the Prime Minister's Department, and he said the pause there was the longest of the lot, and they said they had a lot of material on the New World Order program, but they didn't have any speakers, and the material they had, as far as they understood, could not be released without the personal go-ahead of the Prime Minister, who wasn't available at that particular time. So they were dreadfully sorry, but they couldn't help. And he said that was the situation. We have coming over our news services a whole lot of talk about the New World Order and Australia's involvement in it. But apparently we can't get government speakers to come and tell us what it's all about. And that is the reason that I've been invited to speak. And I've got to be honest in saying that over the 20-odd years that I've been looking at this question, that's broadly been the reaction. A lot of people have a vague feeling there's something called the New World Order, but it's not one of the things you speak about in polite company. And apparently we've reached the stage now where if you want to get on in this hard, cruel world, you're not allowed to speak about politics or religion or the New World Order. And if you keep off those three, you're going to do very well. About 10 days ago, we had an article in the Australian by an academic called John Carroll, speaking about the whole question of protection of Australian industry. Now, he struck something of a blow by saying that unless we begin to do something to protect our Australian industries, it's not only going to be a short time, but we have nothing left to protect whatsoever. And he made the point that since the 1970s, we have decimated half our industries in Australia. That's in a period of 21 years. Half our industries have gone. A whole range of things that we used to produce, we don't make any longer. We buy them, and we wonder why everybody jumps up and down and complains about the foreign debt. Now, I will tell you why we've done that and how it fits in with the New World Order and what the New World Order is. I never really came across the New World Order as a subject until I was lecturing in New Zealand in the very early part of the 70s. And I happened to be speaking in a little town called New Plymouth on the North Island. It's a beautiful little fishing town that nestles under Mount Egmont, if you've ever been there on the west coast. And I was speaking at that time on the growth of the debt of the third world countries and the fact that they've already reached the stage. They were trying to borrow money to pay the interest on what they borrowed previously. And there's no possible way that anybody can survive doing those sort of things. And at the end of the meeting, a lady came to me and said, look, I've got a little book that might interest you that seems to relate to what you're talking about. And I said, look, I haven't got time to read it, but if I could borrow it, I'd certainly be appreciative. So she gave it to me, and I didn't have a chance to look at it until I got on the plane coming back to Australia, and I opened it up. And it was a little book called A Common Interest in a Common Fund, which meant nothing to me whatsoever. So I began to read it, and it was written by an Australian economist by the name of Dr. Helen O'Neill, who might have been Humpty Dumpty for all I knew. But it was a story of a program that was unfolding through the United Nations for the transfer of control of all basic commodities out of nations like Australia to a division of the United Nations called UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And what was going to happen if this program was realized would be that 18 international commodity boards would be set up through this division of the United Nations, which would take charge basically of the world's foodstuffs and fibers and minerals. Now that was pretty important to Australia. It listed the sort of things: grain and meat and fibers like wool and cotton, timber, sugar, coffee, cocoa, obviously not things we produce here, but then it went on to a whole list of minerals like iron ore and coal and copper, by the time you came to the end of the list of commodities they were considering, you virtually touched all what we call primary industry here in Australia. Now, once they had established central control through the United Nations of these commodities, something called a common fund would be set up, which is where the title came from, which would be like a kitty which all nations would contribute into, and they would try and establish what is sometimes called supply management and reserve price schemes, and they would arrange deals between producers and consumers, and all participating nations, which basically meant every nation in the world, because everybody, with the exception of one or two members of the United Nations, would be compulsorily required to take part in this thing. I thought to myself, if this thing is really a goer, I would have seen about it in, say, The Land, which is the main rural paper in Queensland, or in New South Wales, or the Queensland Country Life, or the Grain Growers, or whatever it happens to be, or perhaps some of the small business papers, because they would be discussing this. I mean, every issue is coming out on marketing schemes and how we attract exports, and if this was really on the drawing board, surely all their members would have been debating this thing properly. I've never seen a reference to it. So I thought to myself, it must be a dream that they've got coming up sometime in the future. But nevertheless, coming through this book, there was enough to suggest that a lot of preliminary discussions had already taken place to make me want to know more. And then also through the book came the New World Order. This commodity fund idea was part of the New World Order. So when I got off the plane in Sydney, instead of going home, I looked up the United Nations in the telephone book. And yes, they had a number, and I subsequently discovered they had one of the top real estate spots in Sydney, in Martin Place. So I went down there, found quite an imposing building and a big staff, mainly from the third world. Obviously, we don't have the Australian employment situations, but nevertheless, all very efficient and sitting behind computers and looking very industrious and busy. And I said to the girl at the inquiry desk, look, I've come across this little book and it seems interesting to me, and I'd like to know how it fits into the United Nations and also what this thing called the New World Order is. Oh, she said, well, we've got stacks of material on that. That is basically the ongoing agenda of the United Nations, all the international discussions and the way conferences and the sessions and the assemblies are concerned with this unfolding World Order program. So I said, well, can you give me some stuff that I can take away that I can understand it? Well, no, we don't have it available to take away, but we do have a reading room, and you can go in there and we'll provide anything you want. So I said, would you bring me everything that I need to understand the full ramifications? Oh, she said, that's a fair bit of stuff. And I thought to myself, this is going to take 2 or 3 hours. And she came up with a trolley about twice the size of this table here. So I loaded up with books and pamphlets and reports that came from anywhere you could think of. The International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, think tanks in America like the Brookings Institution, and conferences of UNCTAD and conferences of UNIDO and UNICEF, and then more think tanks in Europe. And by the time we'd gone through all this, I didn't spend 3 hours there, I spent 3 days. Coming back every morning and sitting down and making copious notes, I didn't even know what I was really looking for. But gradually, as you went through all this stuff, I became quite a clear picture of a program that was already partially under discussion and being implemented, which was called the World Order Program. And it had a number of parts. The first part was a very big program called NEO, New International Economic Order, NIEO, that contained a number of agreements, ingredients, the first of which was that the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, both of which are divisions of the United Nations, would be merged into a world central bank with all the powers that our Reserve Bank does here in Australia, capable of controlling all lending and investment and exchange rates and transfer of funds from one part of the world to the other, and stock exchanges and the whole bit. Now that was a pretty big concept, a new world central bank that would take charge of all the world's lending and investment. And then it was argued that to facilitate this program, the main currency that nations trade in at the moment, which is the American dollar, established at the Bretton Woods Conference towards the end of the war, would be gradually phased out and a new world money system would come in, which would replace the American dollar as the money that nations trade in. And there was a bit of a discussion about what it would be called. It would either be called special drawing rights, or one suggestion was Bank Corp, which was a name dreamed up by the man who'd actually been involved in setting up the International Monetary Fund, John Maynard Keynes, of the Keynesian economic system. And he'd also thought up this idea of world commodity control. Irrespective of what it was to be called, here was a world central bank issuing a new world money system, which would replace national currencies, and it was a totally new ballgame. And the third part was this thing I'd already seen. International control of all the world's foodstuffs, fibers, and minerals, and supply management and the pricing mechanism and the whole thing. This was a huge program. Now that's spun off into a number of specific programs. They had another thing called the Law of the Sea, which was international control of all seabeds and the exploitation of minerals on the seabed and fisheries, and a narrowing of territorial waters and a whole bunch of things like that. So it was a huge program. And I could not understand why it was that we weren't seeing more discussion about this in our rural papers and business papers, because obviously Australia was already at least partially committed to the whole idea. So I began to lecture on it. What I could understand of it and what I pieced together and documented, I lectured to farmers and business groups and anybody who was interested in hearing it, saying, do you know that Australia was already partially involved in this? And have we looked at the implications? And I found on the whole total incredulity. People found it very difficult to believe that such a thing was even possible. And farmers on the whole used to treat me with good-humoured contempt. I mean, you know, if what you're saying is true, was the reaction, we would have seen it. I mean, we're having conferences every other day on marketing and sending our stuff overseas, and, you know, we've got our own elected leaders running the farmers' federations, and they, you know, it was really sort of, you were trying to push. You couldn't even get people to look at the thing properly. And to show you how absurd it's got, the last time I was lecturing over in Western Australia, I was invited by one of their farming organisations, the Pastoralists and Graziers, to go and have a meeting with their executives, which I did in a very plush building in the middle of Perth, obviously spent with, or built with the subscriptions of hundreds and hundreds of pastoralists and graziers. And there they had this, well, it looked very like an ivory tower to me. We went up a few floors and we sat around the boardroom table and we had coffee, and they said to me, you know, when you used to come out about 10 years ago lecturing on this new international economic order, there was always a bit of a flurry, and people used to send us tapes in of what you said, and we'd sort of scratch our heads and we'd get hold of a local member of parliament and say, you know, what's this new international economic order? And they'd write back saying, haven't a clue, probably something those nuts in the right wing are pushing around. And we sort of forgot about the whole thing. We thought it was just absurd. But now that Australia has ratified the program, and this was in 1989, we're getting the first documents from the United Nations on marketing in the future, and it's pretty frightening stuff. What do you think we ought to do about it? Well, I didn't quite know at that stage. It's rather like saying, how do you catch the horse after the stable door's been left open? So all I could think of was, well, look, I think the first thing you ought to do, surely, is honour bound, is to write to all your members, who after all pay your salary, telling them what's going on and asking what their reaction is, and so that at least they've got an up-to-date understanding of the whole program. And then to my amazement, when I sat drinking my coffee, they had an intense discussion amongst their own executive about whether they should do that or not. I don't know what the outcome was, but their paper has never carried a story on the whole thing yet. And here we are 2 years afterwards. So you'll still find that the executive understands the whole thing, but the ordinary grassroots membership is still going around saying, well, of course it couldn't be true because, you know, our representatives would have told us by now. That's how absurd it gets. Now, it wasn't very long after that that I went back to New Zealand and was lecturing, strangely enough, in exactly the same town, New Plymouth. And that night, there was a trade union man present. And he worked in the meat works in Power, just outside of New Plymouth. And he came up at the end of my lecture. By this time, I was speaking on a new international economic order, and he gave me this little book. And he said, we thought this was double Dutch, but apparently it is the program we're all following, and all our trade union branches have been given a copy of this, and we're supposed to be studying it. And he said, until you spoke this evening, I didn't know what to make of it. Would you like to have a look? So I grabbed it. And again, I didn't look when I was on the plane coming back to Australia, opened it up, and there was a little book, not printed in New Zealand or Australia or London or anything like that, but printed by the Boston Press Agency Publishing House in Moscow. And the gentleman who wrote this little book was called Ernest Dubninsky, who was one of their top economists in the Kremlin, and there's a little blurb about him, and he showed it at the back. But apparently he's not working in Moscow. He is part of a team of 400 Soviet officials working for the United Nations, all on the permanent payroll. He was in Geneva. And this little book is the official Soviet evaluation of the New World Order program. And I thought, well, they won't like it very much. I mean, they went, even in the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank at that stage, they were rather hostile about the whole thing. So I opened it up and started reading, then hit me like a sledgehammer, because right in the opening preface, he makes the point that the whole concept of a New World Order was originally put on the world's agenda by the Soviet Union. And it wasn't Mr. Gorbachev or Mr. Brezhnev or even Kosygin or Khrushchev. It was Lenin back in the 1920s who developed the concept of a New World Order. And the book spells out the whole concept. You can imagine a brilliant revolutionary putting together the most vicious revolution that seized power in the Soviet Union in 1917, and then devising a program. Now not looking till the next election. You see, if you become a dictator, you don't have to worry about the next election any longer. You look ahead perhaps 50, 60, 70 years, and broadly he divided his future program into two parts. One was devoted to revolution, which was aimed basically at destabilizing the Western world, the great capitalist nations, the enemy. And that meant getting into every area you possibly could, into their colonies, doing something about breaking up their trade routes, endangering their raw materials and supplies, breaking up their markets, and then destabilizing their social structure, getting into their educational mechanisms and their universities, and even, believe it or not, into the churches. Because if you can inject new ideas right through, you can confuse people and bewilder people, and you can get the whole thing so destabilized that you can then move on to the later part of the program. And part two was, having destabilized the whole structure of the West, then we swing into place a new type of centralism, and this will be a world order program. And Lenin said we have to get the world to the point where all nations are directed by one central plan. That is how we're going to deliver in the final Soviet system. Now this was very, very important stuff. This was not some right-wing conservative out in the West talking. This was right from the horse's mouth. It was their own evaluation. It was just after this came out that we had the top Soviet in the United Nations, the Under-Secretary of State for Legal and Constitutional Affairs in the United Nations, by the name of Arkady Shevchenko, defected across to the Western world. And he said, you might as well face it, he said the United Nations is the biggest control mechanism and the biggest spy power that the Soviet Union has anywhere else in the world. Nobody really wanted to listen to that. The only paper in Australia that really carried this story was the Australian. London Daily Telegraph did a lot of work on Arkady Shevchenko. He's just drifted down into complete obscurity. So this was big stuff, and I began to look deeper and deeper into the whole question. Now, it just happened that before that had taken place, the Australian government started putting advertisements in the paper, asking for submissions to a Senate committee, the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defense, I think it was, on the implications for Australia of the new international economic order. So I collected all the stuff that I possibly could, put it into a submission, which was later reprinted as a booklet, and I hope he's reprinted very soon again, and sent it in. I never even got an acknowledgement from the government that it's gone in. They finally produced their own summary, which is that new international economic order implications for Australia, report from the Senate Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Defence. That came out in 1980. And I might tell you that it, although it's very, very non-committal, it does point some of the problems that we've got at the present time. Now, even more absurd was that while that Senate committee was sitting and taking that evidence, you could still find a lot of backbench members of Parliament who'd never heard of the new international economic order. And I had quite a confrontation in South Australia with a liberal backbencher who just said, look, the whole idea of a new international economic order is a figment in the mind of Joe Reilly. This came out in the papers. Even though the Senate committee was taking evidence on the elected thing at the very time he was writing. And I thought, probably the only people who don't know what's going on in the world at the present time are members of Parliament, it seems to me. Now, what connection has that got with the crisis economically that we're going through? And the answer is it's got everything to do with it. Because my own personal belief is that this crisis has been deliberately engineered for the purpose of delivering in this new international economic order. Can I try and illustrate it? Now, I've got to deal with just two parts, our farming industry and our manufacturing industry. Back in 1968, 67, 68, if you were on the land, you might remember we had a huge drought that racked the whole of the eastern states. It was one of the severest droughts we've ever had. I remember because my father had just bought a little wool property down in New England, in New South Wales, and walked straight into that drought, and it wiped out a tremendous number of people. And there were protest meetings seeking desperately some sort of help. We had maybe 300,000 farmers in Australia at that time. And that was then followed as we moved into the 70s by the collapse of the wool industry. Nothing like now, but it was horrific. The price of wool had plummeted down. The ABC was running programs on the fact that wool was now outdated and everybody was wearing silk and a few years. And by that time, there were real big protests. We were still under the control of the Liberal Country Party, as it used to be called. Bob Menzies had retired. We had Harold Hope had tragically drowned, and then we had a succession of rather dismal Liberal prime ministers. We had John Gorton, that a lot of people remember, a little bit like a cowboy, very exciting, because we hadn't got much substance. And then we had a funny little fellow called Billy McMahon. And by that time, everybody was very disillusioned by what was going on, and there was an exciting fellow who was now leading a revamp Labour Party called Gough Whitlam. Why not give him a go? And just before Gough Whitlam came in, we had this document produced by the Labour Party, which was Labour's Federal Rural Policy. And the man who put this together was a brilliant man by the name of Rex Patterson, who was a Queenslander, a Fulbright scholar. He was no slouch, and he was dealing with this horrendous crisis in the bush. And can I just read you what he said? There's ample proof to show that high interest rates are imposing severe burdens on export rural industries, just as they are on other sections of the community, such as young homeowners. The Labour government will investigate the overall application of interest rates as they affect primary production and productivity generally, with the objective of providing low and reasonable interest rates to those soundly based industries on which the economic health of the nation greatly depends. So this is what they were going to do. Labour's debt alleviation policies will take the form of making available long-term, low-interest loans to pay off immediately the crippling high-interest short-term loans which many producers have been forced to accept from financial institutions and hire purchase companies. And he had every reason to write that, because interest rates were creeping up and threatened to hit 8%. And then came the magic bit. At the same time, a Labour government will allow a holiday period of up to 5 years for potentially viable producers as regard the repayment of principal and interest in order to allow farmers to strengthen their financial position. We're going to give farmers 5 years not having to pay the bank any interest or any repayments at all. And actually, that was only the rural policy. The same line of thinking was coming right through the whole of Labour's policy. Now, it immediately raises huge questions. How on earth would they finance that? Would they go and borrow more money overseas and tack it on the end of the foreign debt, or how was it going to be done? And there was no money about. They were quite specific, and this is what they said. Labour's long-term development policies and reconstruction policies will be financed through the Commonwealth Bank under the best possible terms and conditions which the nation can afford. And then comes a hard-hitting statement. Labour is not tied, nor has it any allegiance to the private banking sector and hire purchase institutions. Labour believes that a lowering of the rate of interest for funds used for the efficient production of commodities, particularly for the earning of export income, will assist increased productivity. This in turn is necessary to counter the forces of inflation associated with full employment and growth. Did you pick up that last sentence? We need to lower interest rates to counter inflation. Now they're using the opposite argument. We've got to raise interest rates to counter inflation. You see? You can make that look right if you're a politician. But you see, the other thing is the best terms and conditions the nation could afford. We've got some precedents. The Commonwealth Bank financed Australia during the First World War at 0.5% interest rate. It was used to save the wool industry during the Second World War. I don't know whether you know it. We've got an absolute panic now because we've got 5 million bales of wool in stock we can't sell and the whole thing's collapsed. We had 10 million at the end of the war, and it was no problem at all because we had the finance to handle it, and the whole lot had gone within 3 years, and then we had a wool boom. Now that's what Labour was going to do. And the man who put that together, Rex Patterson, was waiting for Gough Whitlam's electoral victory to do it. And Gough Whitlam was swept in with a huge majority, and Rex Patterson found he never even got his nose in the ministry. He shoved off to the back bench, and into his spot came a giant of a man called Al Glasby, who became the Minister for Primary Industry, and at that moment, the whole program changed. The first steps towards internationalizing Australia had begun. Gough Whitlam delivered Australia in that direction. He delivered speech after speech on the new international economic order and bringing in world order things. We had a lawyer by the name of Lionel Murphy who tried to bring in the first Human Rights Commission and failed because they hadn't got the numbers in the Senate. And you want to go and read what the Liberal and the Country Party were saying against Lionel Murphy when that bill was put through, how disgusting it was, and it would sabotage Australia's constitution and goodness knows what. And no sooner did the Liberals get in when Gough Whitlam got out than they put through what Lionel Murphy couldn't get through himself. There was no change whatsoever. So we were then headed straight into the New World Order program, and it was going to decimate primary industry and small business. Now, we were a pretty self-sufficient nation at that time. Hundreds and hundreds of little industries have gained maximum protection at the end of the war and were really going for the house. You could go into the hardware shops, you could go into our grocery shops, and light engineering, you can find out all the stuff you bought was made in Australia, but that's not the case today. You go into your spare parts, or you go into your supermarket and you'll find made where? South Korea, or North Korea, or Taiwan, or Sri Lanka, or Zimbabwe, or Brazil, or the Argentine. And hundreds of little industries, tremendous industries that used to be the basis of Australia's productive sector have gone to the wall. Half our industries lost since 1971. Half our industries. And they are now falling quicker than they've ever fallen during that last 21-year period. And the result of this is that you find more and more workers in Australia suddenly getting out of their employment on the Middle. Why then aren't there union leaders saying, well look, why now we sacrifice parts of Australian industry so that workers lose their jobs? We're going to fight the government, and they should have alongside small business to fight the program, instead of which they were all participating. So you can see how the thing has got. We've now reached the point where all of a sudden we're finding that the farmers have caught up with small business. We've reached the point now that in one of the great food producing nations of the world, we're importing each year $2,000 million worth of food into Australia. And the picture is quite frightening. We're importing big quantities of meat, millions of dollars. We're importing nearly $500 million worth of vegetables into Australia. And if you want to see how absurd that is, just get in your car over the weekend and drive from here to Toowoomba through that Lockyer Valley, which is one of the greatest vegetable growing areas in Australia. You will find farmers out there carrying their vegetables in because they can't get them to the market. That is absolutely true. We're importing something like $33 million worth of tomato paste into Australia. How the heck is that? I cannot think. We're importing lamb meat, we're importing leather, we're importing, you just name it, and you'll find we're now importing $16,000 worth of food into Australia to every farmer that we've got left. And that figure's going to rise dramatically because at the moment we're losing one farmer every hour of every day, 24 hours a day. Huge exodus, we're going to lose half of them before too long. And then round the farmers, we're going to lose hundreds and hundreds more of what is left of our business structure. Now, how did we reach that point? Because just before Whitlam got tossed out, he signed, I believe, the most infamous document of the whole lot, which is the document that sabotaged our industries. It was called the Lima Declaration. And the Lima Declaration came from a division of the United Nations called UNIDO, the United Nations Industrial and Development Organization. It was signed, strangely enough, in Lima in Peru. And basically it said this: the third world is collapsing under debt. And the reason it is collapsing is because the big industrial nations of the West have been too fat and greedy and have got too big a slice of the cake. Therefore, we're going to ask those industrial nations to sign an agreement that they will wind down their own industries and transfer technology across into third world countries so that they can begin to produce what nations like Australia used to produce themselves, and then we'll give them preferred nation status in exporting back inside those countries. Now, can you believe that an Australian government would sign a document which says we wind our own industries down and give another nation a chance to sell us back the stuff that we used to produce ourselves? But we signed that. Whitlam signed it, and the man who pushed it harder and further than anybody else was a guy called Malcolm Fraser, who was making speeches all around the world on the needs of common fund. And if you want to see it, in documented form, there is the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. This by this time was under UNCTAD, an international code of conduct on transfer of technology. The whole story is in there, especially documented form. So we've wrecked our industries and they're wrecking them even faster. And as a result of this, taxes have gone up, debt has gone up, and interest rates, well, perhaps you haven't noticed it up here, but interest rates have gone up too. And you can find farmers out in the bush paying up to 27% interest. Every time they get into trouble and move into a new risk factor, the interest rate goes up instead of down to try and keep them on living. The result is there's absolute chaos now in rural Australia, and we're going to see that hitting the cities with increasing violence over the next 6 to 8 to 12 months. Hundreds and hundreds of industries will go and jobs will disappear. Not because we can't produce, not because Australians are bloodless and can't compete with Southeast Asia, which is the story being spun at us the whole time, but simply because we have been deliberately put under penalties which make it impossible to survive however good you are. And then accused of being inefficient when you can't keep up. And that's how the game is played. And ultimately, at some point they will say, well, the only way to solve that is to try and bring in this new world order. Now, how does that then tie in with the Gulf War? When we sent our mighty armed forces over to prop up George Bush in the Middle East, it produced 2 problems for Mr. Hawke. The first was that the peace movement got its act together and we began to see peace protests, which became quite big. The second thing was, much more seriously, it split the Labour Party. And there was a big section in the Labour Party who did not like the idea of simply wagging its tail every time the Americans whistled. And finally, at the very time he needed national unity to try and preserve some sort of impact overseas, Bob Hawke called to go to the Labour Party. The argument he used was not, we've got to beat Saddam Hussein, or we've got to defend oil, or this is a mighty blow for the little man, or anything like that. He simply said, do you not realize that this is part of the World Order program? That's why we've all got to stick together. And the Labour left basically said, oh, we didn't realize that. All right, well then we'll back off. And finally it came out in a full page in the Australian, why Labour would go to war for the New World Order. That was the headline at the top. Why Labour would go to war for the New World Order. And it had the whole argument. I'd just like to read you the arguments of just one backbench Labour man, Dr. Andrew Theophanous. This is what he said in the House of Representatives. A new world order is emerging as is shown by the unprecedented Resolution 678 of the United Nations Security Council. When a situation arises in which the United Nations has gained a tremendous breach in its power, in its authority, and is able to carry resolutions and concrete actions as a result of those resolutions, then people who describe themselves as leftist or socialist should not be concerned about it, but should welcome such developments because the increase in the powers of the United Nations is a very significant development. It is something which the ALP have been committed to for many, many years, ever since the time of Dr. Everett. And those of you that know anything about Dr. Everett would know that he set the whole thing in motion through the Fabian Society and was in actual fact the first president of the United Nations. So that's the argument that Bob Hawke used. Now what did Dr. Andrew Theophanous mean when he said this is part of our program? You've got to go and have a look at this document, which is the Australian Labour Party 1982 platform and rules, which came in just before Bob Hawke got into power. It was no longer the old traditional Labour Party of Ben Shifley and John Curtin and Arthur Call and some of the great Labour men of the past, or whatever else you say, were certainly patriotic Australians. This was a totally revamped, changed Labour Party that was now involved in a world program. And so it started off virtually on page 1 with the things that had to be done for the New World Order. The flag must be changed. We've got to get rid of the monarchy and have a republic. It's written in there. We've got to eliminate barriers against world law, such as the Senate and the Constitution. And then you swing from there and you go straight onto it. We are now totally committed to the New World Order, as part of the program of the Socialist International, with which we are affiliated. And people say the Socialist International never heard of it. We should have done, because it's just had its World Conference down in Sydney, 2 weeks ago. And we're not talking about a little fly-by-night organization, we're talking about a huge movement that was started in 1864 by a gentleman called Karl Marx. He formed the first Socialist International. It fell to pieces for a short while when communism reached its heights under Lenin, but was then revamped in 1951 in a big conference in Hamburg in Germany, and now has its headquarters in London. It sends documents right throughout the world. It coordinates Labour and Socialist parties. It writes their agendas. In many cases, you can go and read what the Labour Party in New Zealand says, and the Labour Party here says it comes from the same pen quite often. And they are working on a common program towards a world order. Current chairman of the Socialist International is Willy Brandt. Former Chancellor of West Germany got sacked from office for hiding the fact that one of his top staff members was a KGB agent who had been giving NATO secrets to Moscow, and went straight from there to the Socialist International, where he's been ever since. He was featured in the Australian, speaking on behalf of the Socialist International at their big conference in Sydney. I might just tell you, so it was postponed. This came out in the media. We postponed it because it would be a bit embarrassing having the Socialist International meeting at the time when Bob Hawke's trying to get his nose in the car. Well, they didn't say that, trying to get into office. 1978, the Socialist International held its conference in Vancouver, Canada, Willy Brandt was asked to push the World Government Program. Would you set up an international commission to produce a document, the blueprint for world government, which he did, and there it is. North-South, Program for Survival, the Brandt Commission Report, headed by Willy Brandt, 23 people on his committee, top bankers and industrialists and prime ministers, and Edward Heath, the former Prime Minister of Britain, Olaf Palme, the famous socialist from Scandinavia, they're all there. And this is, if you like, the definitive work on the world government movement. It's got the whole program. The World Bank and the money fund and the transfer of technology and new money system, the whole bit. It's all in there. Pan Books got the contract to print it. I think 1 million copies came rolling off the press, and every member of Parliament throughout the world was sent a copy. Most of them probably threw them away for last week because they still don't know about it, but there is the Brandt Commission report. And that document there, there's another little book. Can't see it. The one produced in Moscow, both came out in the same year, 1978. That's the Moscow evaluation of the World Order Program. That's the Socialist International. Both pushing exactly the same story. World government is the only chance for mankind. And that's where we are. That's the program we're getting into now. All right, now we're in 1990 and 1991. How far are we along the program? Well, every paper now is coming out with a story. This has just come out in the last few months. This came out in the Financial Review, which is the main paper telling the story. United States push for creation of new World Trade Group. That's the whole Common Fund idea. United States, gradually to adjust to the dissolution of its post-war economic supremacy, is now resurrecting the idea of an all-powerful supranational institution for world trade. Supranational means above nations, a concept that spurned and buried more than 40 years ago. The idea was originally advocated by John Maynard Keynes at the Bretton Woods conferences. The United States rejected it then because it impinged on United States sovereignty. But now is the time to accept it. All the World Negotiable Bond Issue. This came out in the Financial Review as we moved into 1990. World Negotiable Bond Issue. World Bank has announced plans to launch a $1.5 billion bond issue, which for the first time will be negotiable in all the world's main capital markets. The issue will be tradable in the European, United States, and Japanese capital markets. The World Bank is the largest regular user of the international capital markets, and its planned global issue will blend issuing techniques in the Eurobond and the US markets. They've had two issues since that article came out. They were both snapped up. But you see, the argument is not new. It's written as it's a brilliant new idea that just thought. You can go right back to this. Towards a world central bank. This was a paper given by McChaney Martin at the Peer Jacobson Letter. He was the first secretary, I think, of the International Monetary Fund. This was, I think, 1980. And he just runs, he says, we are going to issue and create out of nothing. He actually says this. The new world money system. We will have to have control. Yes, it is true that it impinges on the sovereignty of all nations, but that's the price they've got to pay for order. The whole thing's set up there. Leopold Schweitzer, a little earlier on, 1967, issued a statement in which he said we're simply going to create out of nothing the new money that the world is going to need. Now, if they can do that through the International Monetary Fund, why can't we do it here in Australia for our own needs? The answer is we can, and we have in the past, but we've now agreed implicitly that we won't do that because it might jeopardize the push towards world order. We've got a bunch in power who are now taking Australia in that direction and really don't want anything that will slow up the movement towards world government. Or take another issue. You've recently seen advertisements in the press, you might have experienced it, where if you go along to your local bank now, you're supposed to produce ID cards and tax file numbers, even whatever it is, even though you know the local bank manager perhaps, and you've been in there for the last 20 years, and you've paid bills with them on Saturday afternoon and babysit his kids and all the rest of it. That's not good enough. How does he know that you are you? So, you've now got to produce all this ID, but where did it come from? Came from Interpol, the International Police Organization based in Paris. This stuff came out from Congressman Ron Paul, one of the most brilliant and knowledgeable commentators in America, talking about Interpol. During the past 20 years, Interpol has mainly been used to track terrorists, armed theft, international murder plots, and Nazis. But in 1984, things began to change. John Simpson, Then Director of the United States Secret Service, was appointed as the President of Interpol. 1 year later, Raymond Kendall from Britain was appointed to oversee the daily operations of Interpol. In late 1985, top police from 140 countries met in Washington, D.C. for 8 days for Interpol's first meeting in the United States in 25 years. President Reagan and Attorney General Edwin Meese addressed the crowd. The proceedings were not, of course, open to the public or the press. Since Interpol's activities are no longer confined to real criminals, with, quote, financial criminals and money launderers prime targets, and since the Federal Reserve defines financial crimes and money laundering as not filling out the right form at the bank when withdrawing our own honestly earned money, we should be concerned. Here are the goals of this new pact. 1. Industrial countries will adopt the strict reporting requirements of the Basel Committee, which is an international banking group. 2. The countries will then adopt the same laws and regulations concerning movements of cash around the world. 3. All banks, bankers associations and police within the trilateral countries will share information with every other bank enforcement agency. 4. Regulators, bankers associations and law enforcement agencies will merge their enforcement techniques. 5. Interpol Act facilities will be used as the central clearinghouse to provide information on, quote, problem individuals or businesses within this network to facilitate their prosecution. And Paul's conclusion was, this means that your local banker will become a spy for this arrangement, exchanging information on you with every other country using the International Criminal Police Organization, which could include China and possibly the Soviet Union next year. And right, that's what's behind that one. And what is that? Now, before the world is finally shunted or pulled or pushed or bullied or persuaded or seduced into this new world order, we're being regionalized into 3 major trading blocks. First of which is Britain, is Europe, which comes into fruition on the 31st of December, 6 days after Christmas, 1992. Everything is now 1992. I don't know whether you realize it, but on that night, the Union Jack is pulled down in Britain and a new flag goes up. If you find that hard to believe, here is a special supplement produced by the Sunday Times in Britain that gives the whole story. Sunday Times magazine, you are a European, here is your official flag, this is how to draw it, 1992, are you ready? And there is a picture of the new flag that will fly over the whole of centralized Europe. It's a navy blue flag with a gold surface. Looks rather like the United Nations flag, doesn't it? Curiously like the United Nations flag. We have one of the most eminent lawyers in Britain, Lord Denning, former Master of the Rolls, got up and said it's the end of our sovereignty, it's the end of our courts, it's the end of common law, it's the end of at least 1,500 years of our Westminster system. We will simply be a cipher taking orders from the centralized parliament in Brussels, and that's what it's all about. 1992. Now, the person who signed on behalf of Britain to get rid of that was Margaret Thatcher, who subsequently woke up to what had happened and began to dig her heels in as she realized the full ramifications of the Single European Act. She said, we agree to cooperate but not to lose our sovereignty. We certainly won't accept the Central European Bank and what is called EMU, the European Monetary System. And no sooner did she say that, than they attacked began. The whole media began to tear her to pieces, which is virtually controlled by 2 men in Britain, Rupert Murdoch and a gentleman called Mr. Robert Maxwell, which is his current name. His previous name is Mr. Cox. And ultimately, it led to the end of Margaret Thatcher as the Prime Minister. The man to take Britain into Europe was waiting in the wings, ready to take over, Mr. Michael Heseltine, who just missed out by a fluke. And a little unknown guy called John Major became the Prime Minister, who was a Thatcher follower and is trying to play it by ear a little bit slower. He can't just stand in the light or he'll get knocked over, but at least he's trying to drag his feet. But Margaret Thatcher, interestingly, has now become the chairman of a group called the Bruce Group, which is a new association of politicians opposed to going into Europe. It's been growing slowly the whole time, and they come from every party. Labour, Social Democrat, and also Conservative. And they're getting more and more publicity. They can't knock off the perch now because she's already done, and she's probably going to do more good there than as the Prime Minister. Rather interesting. And the opinion polls in Britain show a great hardening towards this idea. So much could happen between now and 1992. But, just after she signed the Single European Act, onto the world stage bounced a new figure by the name of Mikhail Gorbachev. He just came right out of the blue. Nobody really ever heard of him. But he said a very interesting thing. Yes, I am a convinced Marxist-Leninist. Always have been, and I still am. But I'm a different one. I'm a nice one. Why? Because he wanted to bring the Soviet into this new world setup. And you can't do that while there's an Iron Curtain and the Berlin Wall. So he had to create the atmosphere in which the change was occurring. And he was fading through the world. A man who's bringing glasnost and perestroika went to America, got a three-day welcome. They had Razor Gold chocolate up in every ladies' magazine. All the little sort of finicky things that housewives pick up. You know, where she was buying her underwear, and what fur coat she was wearing, and what lipstick she wore, and how many grandchildren. It was all this human interest stuff, but did they get sucked in? And he ended up getting the Nobel Peace Prize. The man who's driving the tanks through Latvia and Lithuania at the present time, the Nobel Peace Prize. You see, he made one mistake. All that stuff was for the West to believe, not his own people. And they began to take it seriously. And they said, thank you very much. Yes, we'll have some dissent now. Yes, we'd like a decentralization of power. Yes, we would like our own government back. Well, they weren't supposed to do that. And now he's finding that he's got the tiger by the tail and he doesn't know how to let go. He's going to be consumed by the wicked thing that he thought he was shaping. The second block, North America. North American bloc is being rushed through at the present time. Now, this has only come out in just the last few weeks. This was the headline, the leading article in the Financial Review, February the 7th. There we are. North America builds own trade bloc, the merging of Canada, the United States, and Mexico to begin with. Then to be followed by countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is not just a common market. It is political. They've got to have common legislation. All the ingredients that are being shaped in Europe, free movement, free travel, different passport. And then there's a third block, which is the Pacific Rim block. And the architect for that is a gentleman called Robert James Lee Hawke, pushing that as hard as he can. And I want to tell you, it is a central political idea. The book, The Pacific Parliament, has already been written. Written by Mike Moore, the former Prime Minister of Britain, New Zealand for a short while before he got cooped up. He took over from Ronnie. He has written the definitive work, the Europe and the Pacific Parliament. And the idea is that you have a bloc now moving from the Soviet Union itself, that's the western part, right through China, including the two Koreas, including Taiwan, which is, of course, not supposed to be there at all, it's simply part of China. The whole of Indonesia, which we forget, is the biggest Mohammedan country in the world, bigger than anything in the Middle East. Bring in the Philippines, bring in New Guinea, bring in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. And that right over the problem with that is a little, well, it's not little, it's a big island continent inhabited by the sleepiest, dopiest, most materialistic, self-centered people in the world today. But the only thing that ever moves them is footy or titties or arguments about whether power is better than force or the Melbourne Cup. And we are going to get hit so hard. We're just getting the first blow now. We ain't seen nothing. You know, we think that things are getting tough. Boy, what those people behind the Iron Curtain have gone through. I remember many of you know, Ukrainians and Latvians, they come up to you at meetings and they say, why can't the Australian people see what's happening? Do you know that we are training young people through our educational system that don't even know their own history? We've got 75% of young people in this country that have heard the Constitution. How do they know what they can defend? They know all about everybody else's dream time, from the Eskimos to the Sioux of North America or something, that talk about their own history and their own heritage. And that's where we are at the present time. Sometime, I don't know when, I'm certainly no prophet, I don't want to start trying to prophesy, but I would imagine between now and the end of the century, we are going to be brought to a point of no return. We haven't reached it yet. Which way does Australia go? You see, there's one vital question we've got to answer. If we go into this world government, even piecemeal, what happens to our Constitution? Which is the founding document that put this country together. We all voted the thing in by a referendum in this country. The decisions made in Australia are made by the Australian people, not by the United Nations or anybody else. Yes, we want to cooperate with other nations, but we don't want to lose our sovereignty, surely. We the people, it says. And then that phrase, humbly relying on the blessing of Almighty God, which wasn't even in that Constitution originally, until a huge campaign said, let's put those words in. That's where truth and freedom comes from. And then it sets out the rules. This is the Parliament. This is the upper house. That's the lower house. That's how the judges are appointed. This is how we have elections. These are when the elections will be. These are the powers the government shall have. No more, no less. And you go right to the end and it says, not one word of the rules for Australia shall be changed from this. We've had a referendum. And all the people have been asked and they know what the decision is and they can say yes or no. You think Bob Hawke or John Hewson or whoever comes after him is going to have a referendum of people and say, look, Australia, we've got this chance to go in the world government. And we think probably it's the right one. Everybody else is doing it, but we know the rules say, before we do it, we're supposed to ask you. Because we are your servants, and the Constitution says, could we have a referendum now, whether you say yes or no? Do you think they're going to do that? So what we've got to do is work to create the mechanism to have a say. If we don't do that, we're gone. And that's why this whole thing on citizens-initiated referendum is so incredibly important. It's much more where we bring the price of sardines down. It could be the whole, could be the one mechanism we need to say yay or nay for the future of this country. And that is this thing that citizens can actually have a referendum when they want. And the government can't go against that if the majority say no. Citizens-initiated referendum. The thing that works in Switzerland, which isn't a member of the United Nations. The referendum kept Switzerland out of the United Nations. There's streets there about something. I believe that's the choice we've got, whether we remain a Christian country or whether we opt now for the new religion of world order, which is basically humanistic, very antagonistic to Christianity. And the last point I'd like to make is, who is therefore going to shape our choice? And I've got a horrible message for you. There ain't nobody left but us. Each one of us here tonight. Can you ever talk like that? I'm flat trying to keep going, you know. My business is up in here in debt and I can't keep up with my job, and you know, the price of petrol goes up every week, the wife's nagging me, the kids are at my back that all the time. How do you please expect me to save the nation? And I have no quick answer. Except that if each one of us does something, if we simply keep in touch, if we can get one table and a dress like this around, if we can just get hold of a member of Parliament and just say once to them, I'm not voting for you unless you stand up. It does make a difference. Many drops fill the bucket. Therefore, each one of you is tremendously important here tonight. We haven't got the whole of Brisbane. But you know, the world's been changed with a smaller number than we've got here tonight. Each one of you is very, very important. I don't care if you're 95, you can do something. You can stick a stamp on an envelope and write to somebody. If you're young, you're incredibly important. This country belongs to you. Never believe anything else. But we better get started. We haven't got too much time. Thank you very much. One of the roots of the New World Order is in ancient Judaism. Does it relate to the failure to accept Jesus Christ as Messiah? Certainly it does. Because you see, the only time in history this idea has ever been put up was you find in Scripture. The devil took Christ onto a high mountain in the world, showed him all the kingdoms in the world in a matter of time. Latin America, Pacific, North America, Africa, and the temptation was how did that power and all that? Must be fascinating. You can do anything you want. You wear everybody dressed the same. Is everybody jumping when you said jump? Or hanging on their heads when you said stand on their heads and singing the same song? You see, Christ wasn't interested in that at all. He was interested in each person as a unique creation. What happened inside that particular person? He was much more interested in people as such than he was in systems. It seems pretty fair to me to ask if Christ rejected that concept of centralized world power, who do we trust to run the world? So we're going to have the first world president knocking out all our freedoms. We really think what individual is going to deliver peace on earth for world wars men? Mikhail Gorbachev? Or Malcolm Fraser? Or Rothschild? Well, then that's terrific when you start talking like that. So he's a 10 by 9 to play golf. I really believe that. Where are the Christian churches in all of this? Where were they when Philip Adams on the Red Mountain Show approximately 6 months ago stated that Australia was an agnostic nation? How did the Christian churches allow an agnostic prime minister? Nor an atheist. Move an atheist into the office of Governor General as Queen's representative in Australia. After all, the Queen is the centre of the faith. Couldn't agree more. I don't know how to answer that except to say that on the whole, the churches have left the state out completely. I was driven up by getting sucked into this world government movement, and if you look at the stuff now coming through the churches, it's appalling. They're officially endorsing the International Economic Order. They just had a big blow up at the World Council of Churches Conference in England. I don't know whether you saw that, because one woman was sexually assaulted by one of the priests. And they had to have a special movement at the council meeting to protect women from assault. The whole thing blew open in the press and everything. Finally, one Anglican who went across to a table where they were selling literature and found full of pornography and said he thought perhaps trying to come and rethink their position. Boy, oh boy. And other churches, a lot of fundamental groups, I think have got a strong faith, but they somehow, through false prophecy, got the idea that, we're in the end times, and all we've got to do is wait for the rapture, we're going to get pulled out of this, and then there'll be a big bang, and that's going to solve it. Quite honestly, that is a terrible lie. It's neutralized thousands and thousands of Christians, all of whom become Mohammedans. They're fatalistically waiting for the man. They don't believe God opposes evil, stand up and fight, or suffer for their faith, and else. I think that's the biggest problem I find amongst Christians. And I always get scared of addressing big Christian groups now because there's a queue at the end waiting down the aisle giving me a book of prophecy. I've got the biggest library of prophecy books in Australia, all of which tell me that, it's not really much use fighting. It's all in the book of Daniel and Revelation. It's going to happen. And all we've got to do is wait for the end. They've got the end times. They were told in the Bible that they don't know the day or the hour, but they're pretty near God. It could be another 400 years. There was a movement in Britain in 1937 in the churches, where it was a Christian movement, that was prophesying that Hitler was the Antichrist. And he had all the signs at that time, huge military cars sweeping across Europe, greatest thing the world ever seen. I made this country saying you can't resist it, it's all in the end time. Now imagine if the people of Britain had listened to that. They'd never built a Spitfire, never run the battle, and they'd believe they were defeated before it even started. Now how do we know this present line isn't the same thing? Just to neutralize us all and keep us quiet. The church ought to be right in there, standing for truth, instead of which it's sort of, I'm waiting for the rapture. Is there any hope of a multi-type type of Babel solution? Well, if the question is, are we moving into a pit of anarchy, perhaps that is what's going to happen. I think it's little communities, little groups who are going to provide the blueprint for the way things move forward in the future. That's why, people think they're going to survive this thing on their own, they're kidding themselves. I've had people who think I'm going to buy 5 acres, I'm going to build a big pit, get all the baked beans ready for Armageddon, I'm going to have a gun there ready, and somehow I'm going to see this thing through. You're kidding yourself. But think, I've met a guy in Victoria who got the whole thing mapped out. He even had water filters, and he worked out what happened if the nuclear bomb dropped, and he was just shot down with one question. There you are in a little bunker, and the lady walks up the road with a starving baby, and she asks her, do you shoot her or feed the baby? And he sat for an hour thinking, oh my goodness, I knew there was a pitch in this thing. It is associations of people who can support each other and help each other. Little groups of people, just your own street or your own little suburb, building a community there that can work together in a lot of picture. So it's, love is the opposite of that. Love is the opposite of fear. And love, in a sense, is concern, one for another. That's where you've got to start. Are you faithful to the present Australian national flag? Well, I'd like to think I am, yes. Incidentally, I think we have available still a video on the history of the Australian flag, done by Richard Goodman, all illustrated. It's got so much, it goes for an hour, just on the flag. Stuff that people have never heard of before. Even how it represents the Aboriginal people. There's a whole lot of the green bundles in the Australian flag, you might engage. You want to go and see that video by Richard Goodman. And I'm quite sure you can probably still get it through the bookshop. What connection was there in the Gulf War with the New World Order? The reason that the Gulf War was significant was that this was the first time we had a world police force operating, which is a definite part of the package. And instead of being all that obviously to America, the official flag flying over there was the United Nations. Although they were sort of hanging in the background protesting, they weren't getting consulted. It was a bit of a farce, really. But you see, part of the package of the New World Order is that you have total disarmament amongst nations and then set up a supreme United Nations military force which completes all divisions. And here was the first time we had the United Nations flag flying over the battlefield. Although it did happen in Korea, unofficially, but there we are. Who will benefit from the New World Order? Hotel say nobody will benefit. Nobody will benefit. But those who are pushing it believe that if you've got an elite in a position where they could shape the world, it could genuinely produce peace for everybody. And therefore, they really believe they've got the power of God. They believe that you could do it without corruption. They could solve all the difficulties and the problems and give us peace on earth with them at the top. So they believe that they're going to benefit and everybody else is going to benefit. But it's a false view of reality. I believe that the recent gun laws are illegal. Should we be well stocked with guns and ammo? I think there's a place for that. I really think the gun legislation is disastrous. I would like to see a situation like Switzerland where every young man is given a gun and is required to do military training and then shoots his gun at home. And they have less violent crime than anywhere else. My question is that you give a short example of a letter so that those who wish to write will do so effectively to their MPs. Also, the person in charge is God, so pray in faith that he will save Australia. I'm right with that, I'll agree with that. But let us not believe that if we just sit praying, that's going to solve it. You've got to pray and act together. In other words, you've got to pray as you act for this nation. There's a lot of people thinking that prayer and nothing else is all that's needed. I don't believe that. A sample letter, I think this polite letter saying, dear member, I think my own opinion is at the moment, don't worry about the Labour Party beyond saving. I think it is committed, at least it's got the courage to be open in what it believes, it's said what it's going to do, it is committed to world government. Why are they going to change? I saw somebody go up and speak to Gareth Evans once and said, look, Senator Evans, are you for world government? He said, sure I am. It's in our politics. I've always believed in that. But whatever else you say about him, at least he's open and he says it. What I hate are the parties that have in their objectives, which stand for Australian sovereignty, and then are going along with it when they're in. Now, at the moment, the Liberals and the National Party, what's left of them, believe they're going to get into office at the next election without making any promises at all. Labour's making such a mess of it, they're just going to walk in. And basically the word has got out, don't commit yourself. And I think somehow we've got to shake that. We've got to shake them until they say, please understand, I'm not going to vote you at the next election until you answer some basic questions. I would like to support you, but I feel I cannot at the present time. Questions are, do you stand for a new world order, or do you stand for failure sovereignty? That's a good one. And then go on from there. If I think that you will really stand for this country, I will consider voting for you, but please don't count on my vote yet, because at the moment you're not standing up strongly enough. That's the, just sort of thinking off the top of my head, the sort of head that is going to make a big difference. You say the children are our future. How can we assure that our children are taught the proper values you call for? Oh boy, that's a hard question. All I can say at the moment is you've got to teach them as much as you can at home. Don't ram it down their throats, but at least give them our heritage. We've tried to do a bit on that. We've got a very good video on 3 papers now: our flag, our crown, and the Constitution. If you don't do anything else, it's very well done. It's beautifully illustrated with pictures. So I've shown that in schools, and the kids have said it's just marvelous. And I think we showed it here one night many years ago. We had 2 Republicans came that night, and both came up afterwards and said they could, for the first time, saw the value of the monarchy in the flag. They'd never seen it before, never been explained. So that's a start. But it needs much more than that, but that's a good start. Well, what is the position of Africa and India? Africa, north of South Africa, is virtually a write-off. And I believe the factor there is AIDS. The decimation of the AIDS question in Africa is so great now that I don't know what's going to happen. From Zimbabwe through Zambia, Uganda, their populations are going to be decimated by the end of the century. I think, thirds of the population. I met a guy who just been through Zambia the other day. He said there are no middle-aged people at all. Having small children and very, very old people. That's all is left. Village after village after village after village. North of where I was born, Kenya, the place has been devastated by drought and famine, which is basically man-produced. South Africa has been sucked into the New World Order program. I don't know where they're going to fit in, but the Clark government is committed to this, mainly through their press, which is often under control. India, I can't honestly say. I should think that India, I don't know what will happen in India, except more and more civil war, I think, and that basically is religious there, between Mohammedan and Hindu, and it's now threatening to explode. There are a number of countries, I don't know which block they will be pushed into or where they will fit. The original plan I saw for regionalising the world came from the Club of Rome. They envisaged 10 regions. They actually used to publish maps of 10 regions, and each nation was numbered and knew where it was going to fit in. But this 3-block idea, which basically is a trilateral commission from David Rockefeller, is unresolved. It's broadly 3 groupings, 1 European, 1 headed by Japan and 1 headed by America. And where the little ragtails and bob ends fit in, I'm just not sure yet. So that will be filled as we go along. But we better get started, because we haven't got too much time. Thank you very much.
I tried every kind of explanation there was.
What happened? Did little green men come down and...
No, not at all. I woke up in the middle of the night in this strange situation. I was no longer in bed. I was in a little room, and there were these dark figures moving around. It was very noisy. They fired a needle into the side of my head and things, and it was a little bit of interaction with them that I described in the book to you. And afterwards, I reacted like a trauma victim rather than thinking that I had a nightmare or a seizure or something. And indeed, when I was tested, there was never anything at all wrong with me except the psychological test showed that I was under a lot of stress from some kind of trauma.
What about the needle mark from when they implanted
That was there. In fact, one of the other incidents involved a needle going up my nose.
Oh.
And I had a white mark in my brain that is in the book.
Well, would you say that these aliens, for the most part, are nasty characters who like come down and poke humans with needles?
I have no idea exactly how to answer that because I don't know what this all means.
Right.
All I know is this, that for example, people are going to doctors and saying they're having implants in their bodies, they're getting x-rays, and their doctors removing the up.
Now, we're not talking about breast augmentation implants. We're talking about radio transmitter and
we don't know what we're talking about. Little objects that are unexplained. They're not certainly like breast augmentation implants. I wish they were. Then they would be easy to explain. But instead, it's creepy. It's very creepy. And the fact that the government in the States, at least, is just totally in denial about it is disturbing.
So do you believe that there are aliens among us?
I believe that there's somebody who's doing this to us, and it's getting really provocative when it's happening, that people are having this happen to their children and so forth.
Why don't the aliens just hold a press conference and say, look, we're here, we want to be friends and get along instead of doing all of this?
There were two scientists who explained why, if extraterrestrials were here, they'd be extremely secretive. They explained that in a very prestigious magazine called Science, a magazine of science, back in 1977, and I think they were probably right.
Now, we have some tape. I want you to explain the tape as we look at the visuals of it now. What is this?
This is a apparent UFO hanging over Mexico City in the afternoon of August 6, 1997. We have examined this tape. I have been there to the scene. The event happened. It was physical. And the point characteristics of this object cannot be explained.
It looks like it's having a bit of engine trouble.
Well, it's moving very slowly. This is the same thing done in negative to try to see if we could any wires or things connected to it would come out more clearly in this. This is just one of many things that was done to try to determine whether or not this thing was a fake.
How many people saw this?
They've interviewed about 50 people who saw it.
Only 50?
Well, only 50. And that's just the people they interviewed just at random in the streets. They probably, it's hard to know how many people would have seen it. 100, a couple of hundred maybe. We know of, in one of the apartment buildings, it was noon, and there were people actually at home at lunch, which is a more common custom in Mexico than it is here.
I have to ask you, what should we do if we suspect a co-worker, a friend, or God forbid, a loved one is an alien?
I've never had that question asked, and I don't know how to answer it.
Very interesting. Well, are there any things that you can do?
I think you would expect it to look somewhat different from you.
So they don't look like us?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
The reports that people get in the book, I mean, there's a whole section on testimony, and there's even a section, an interview with a Monsignor from the Vatican who talks about this and said, why are we kidding ourselves? Essentially, the evidence is there. Let's just face it.
Okay, what they threw, the book is called Confirmation, the Hard Evidence of Aliens Among Us. Now, UFOs over Mexico, unexplained implants, alien-human hybrids. Sounds like the X-Files, but Whitley Strieber says he has confirmation. Tonight on Jane Hot Live, are there aliens among us?
Stand by, Canada. Now you can document this and have your say. This is Jane Hot Live.
Hello, I'm Jane Hot. He's been called crazy and a liar since he claimed in his book Communion that he had a close encounter in 1985. But tonight's guest says those of us who aren't paranoid about
UFOs all
of which I think I can point now to confirmation and say that with assurance that there's plenty of evidence out there that this is no hoax. You can't so easily dismiss it anymore as that, and yet it's tempting to do that because it's a hard thing to face. As a culture and a society, we're in denial about this, and we want to be in denial about it. On the one hand. On the other hand, they could not have picked, I guess they could have picked the worst person. They could have picked, say, a professional clown or something to go out and do this. I mean, I'm a horror artist. A man whose lifeblood was his imagination and thinking up scary things. And then I come out with a scary book communion and I say, oh, it's real. Well, it gives people an out, certainly. They can keep this in question, and I think everyone should keep it in question. I think that's what's healthy about this. If we keep it in question, it's healthy. When we start to believe our own theories, immediately we're in trouble.
So are you telling us the truth?
I'm trying to, but Emma, you have to help me find the answer to that question. I don't know it. I honestly don't, and I've said it in every single book. I don't know. That's why communion ends essentially with a group of questions about what this is. This book, Confirmation, is evidence, not proof, but evidence. Evidence is not as compelling. Evidence suggests, proof compels. We will get to the point of proof compelling when science takes us there. If science continues to keep its arms folded, then we will never get there. And we will lose this, whatever it is.
Don't you think that the people are willing to put up money to do this kind of thing?
There are. There's no problem with that.
But you have credible scientists?
You have to. Finding a scientist to do the study, that's not so easy.
Let's talk to Karina, who's calling from DC. Hi, Karina.
Hi, how are you? Good. Hello, Whitney.
Hi.
I have a very tough question and an unusual question. I have. Years ago, I had a pregnancy that was been recorded by my doctor. Now, 6 years ago, I had a hysterectomy, and I find myself every once in a while lasting, having a motor stuff, feeling very pregnant. And then 3 months later, it's gone. Have you heard of anything else?
Well, I would suggest to you that you tell your doctor about these symptoms, because there's a disease called pituitary adenoma that causes symptoms like you're describing, unexpected lactation and so forth. And that should certainly be ruled out in your case. You should go to your doctor, describe the symptoms, and this is not particularly dangerous, this disease, but if you do have it, you should know it, and appropriate steps should be taken to control it.
But have you heard similar stories where the claims are?
Yes, the missing pregnancies are somewhat common in this. They're much more common in the UFO literature than they are in the letters we get, I might add. There is, however, mentioned in confirmation the story of Colette Dowell. Dr. Dowell has a pituitary adenoma and has had close encounters as well. And we, in the course of the book, we try to sort out, and she discusses her life experience. And I think this lady should certainly read that material and should very definitely take these symptoms from the physician.
You used to think that the internet was going to be the way of communicating all this information, without being censored. You've turned off the internet now.
Well, I still have a website, and I think there are some very wonderful websites, and I've got links to some of the websites on my website. But there's also an awful lot of fun out there. There's Facebook retriever interviews, all kinds of things. Oh, sure. There's a whole retriever world that doesn't have a person who doesn't actually exist. It's just a figment of the internet. And I find that kind of distressing.
There's nothing to do about it.
No, I can complain, but what I've done is, to the interviews, I've made links on my website to the interviews that are real, and the others just aren't real. And so,
you taped an interview with Rosie O'Donnell.
Yes.
It's going to air in July.
Yes.
And you claim it's going to have powerful information.
I think it will be powerful.
What can you tell me?
I think, well, one of the things I can tell you is that Rosie feels strongly that there's something in this and that should be taken more seriously.
But you're also revealing that she was someone that you had been in contact with in the past, but you weren't able to use her name.
That's right. There are many people like that. Many.
So we'll hear that story.
You'll hear it from Rosie, but never from me.
Okay. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Witness Silver's new book is called Confirmation, the Hard Evidence of Aliens Among Us. I'll be right back. Right, John Alcatel, as I was saying, is our next speaker. Could everyone take their seats, please, because we need to really move this afternoon. We're very, very much over time. Stand on the cigarettes, put the coffee out. Do whatever you want, but get back here please now. What's PRA? Is everyone ready to rock and roll? Okay. John Ockertell is from Phenomena Research Australia, Victoria. And John was born in Papua New Guinea. John left Papua New Guinea in 1970 to take up university studies, army life, and a career in aviation. He now lives in Melbourne, and his 25-year interest in UFOs includes 10 years' work with the Victorian UFO Research Society. And John is the director of Aerial Phenomena Research, a collective which investigates strange phenomena. 1997 airspace intrusion near Pine Gap is the topic this afternoon. It appears that in 1997, residents west of Alice Springs reported a UFO north of Pine Gap. I remember that well. And PRA conducted an investigation and collected important evidence for an airspace intrusion, including a video, a possible ground effect site, and reports of cattle and EMF effects. So here's John, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm taking this with me. Thank you with me. Here we go.
Which one is your mic? All right, everybody can hear? Right, good, thank you very much. I won't be long. I'll talk in my talk to you. I'll put down the main information about the encounter at Pine Gap, but I'd like to shoot some basics to start off with. While technology catches up with us. The main thing is I'd like to say thank you for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. Especially to members of the UFO Research New South Wales putting on the conference. I think it's important to have these conferences. They're vital to us. It makes us see each other, and it's important to have contact with each other, which we haven't had for the last 20 years. In the last 2 years, we've had so many conferences, I don't know what to do with them, but at least we know each other, which is vitally important rather than fighting each other. Even though the fighting goes on, I quite enjoy that too. But I'd also like to thank Brian and the committee, Wendy and Dudley for their work communicating, seeing all my events seem to be lost. I don't know where AJ's involved in, obviously, but more like me mucking it up. Anyway, to start off with, I'd like to give you a warning. I wanted to just inform you that I'm not trying to please anybody with these lectures. People expect me to please them, so if you don't like what I'm saying, that's not my problem. I might also say science is not the final arbitrator in these processes. Science is a tool that's used, a very important tool, a very good tool, but just one of many tools. I find human response is just as important as science, but science is the area I work in. However, I'm not a scientist by trade. I'm in the aviation industry, but I use science as my major tool. I don't offer any theories in regards to these sightings. It's up to you to come to that conclusion. I have my own theories, they're personal, and I have no current answers to the UFO phenomenon, even though I've got about 100 theories and possible answers to it. And also, I just also state that research is always ongoing, it never ends, unfortunately. Just when you think you've got a handle on it all, along comes another encounter that actually throws you apart. The other warning that I'd like to bring to you is that even though I'm lecturing about a base, it's a very important Australian and American base, not a US base, I want to warn you that it's illegal to go on the base, so don't go screaming into the area thinking you've got clubs, you can do what you like there. You'll get the long arm of the law will land upon your head and you'll end up in the television very quickly. And don't break into base regulations. You can if you want to, but there's a consequence to that. So unlike when we do Paul Norman and I do crop circles, we've discovered in the past that when we tell an area that there's a UFO encounter occurs, Paul and Rap the next day everybody's out there trampling over everything, getting farmer and go to dessert. It's not uncommon, so consequently we tend to keep our sites and locations very quiet because of not so much the general public, us being worried about the general public, but just the way people just travel on the ground without consideration of other people. I'd like to take the first OHP, just to start from the right note. This is these are things that came in the local papers, just to indicate actually how UFOs are now infiltrated our press, and it's quite common to see things like this. So the next one, even to the stage where our faces things like football. That's the Melbourne cartoon. You can see UFOs in the distance, and this is the other one, which is to do with Sydney, which indicates that we're all, it's a common occurrence now to be seen with UFOs. So you can see that it's a good subject now. It's not regarded as being something dirty. So we're on the right track, you know what I mean. There's a lot of vision going through, so I'm going to get started for you now. I'm sorry I didn't bring my laptop computer. It's better resolution, but I think the video here will be ample. My main part of the lecture will be two videos. However, I'll be adding notes to that to explain certain parts of the video itself that will help you. I might also say you're lucky to see the videos. It took quite a while to get them. They're from an authority in the department, in the department. They've been handed out to me through friends. However, they're quite happy to let us see them. I think it's important for us to see them. I might just say that ask me to tell you that at no time was any public or military security breach, so I don't know what that means at all. Now, the introduction video, which I'll get you to start, is done by one of my crews. It's just an introduction. I think you've probably seen it because I don't speak author actually, but I hope it's a good quality. We're using on a CD-ROM that's got to VHS, so I can run that. I'll speak over it. As I get the video operator, I'm trying to explain to you that as the previous speaker has first indicated to you, that the Northern Territory is a very large place. It's very hostile terrain with large distances, and the main thing about the terrain is that people think you can go and find something quite easy and locate objects on the ground or video stuff out there. However, you'll discover when you go out there, if you've ever been out there, it's massive. Now, the main area that we are dealing with is the McDonnell Ranges. This is not just little hills out the back. These are quite large. They take up to quite a height, as you can see. Very pretty at certain times of the day. It's a photographer's dream out there if you've got the right equipment. These are the McDonnell Ranges looking in different directions. I haven't got the credit for all these photographs, videos and that. Some people have done them. However, you can see from the territory that's in front of you now, it is a very complex area with lots of open space, and it's very hard to get around, which as the previous speaker indicated, got the right equipment and the right vehicle. Also, around the area we're concentrating on, which is the Pine Gap area, there's an area where they won't let you on to your side. It's dangerous. However, looking up, this is looking up towards the west, towards Pine Gap itself. You can see the ridge lines that actually run across in a east-west direction. How high they are, but it's just like a snap of pointed lines that will actually create this type of embedded area where they put Pine Gap in. And this is like they put it in there, which is very strange. You think they put it on top, and they put it inside for security, but I think the army security put everything, you take the high ground, but in this case, the Americans are taking the low ground to hide it. You can see how high the territory is to get around in, so it's very complex. I'm sorry I can't actually see this, I'm speaking off as I go on. The video's taking time. Now, the area I'm concentrating on is called R233. It's given R233, mainly because it is designated a restricted area for aviation, especially for aviation. elevation, and I want you to note that it has a flight level restriction, which is for aviators, of 18,000 feet, which is very, very high. The reason for this is not always given. They only don't have to give you all this information, but we believe because of the electromagnetic effects of the equipment on the base, and also they don't want to be close to the domes, the radar domes that's in the area. Also, they're monitoring quite a number of satellites in the location at R233, and if you're around radar, it's very dangerous to electronic equipment and to personnel, so if you get in the way of the transmission beam or something like that, it can kind of give you a nasty burn. So I think you've got to be very careful. So they've made it quite high. It's very strange about the area. It has a very small, what we call perimeter zone. If you go to the United States, they lock off gigantic areas. In Australia, it's very strange. I think we've got this great big area, so they lock off a very small area. So we do the reverse. And this is Alice Springs, not taken by me. That's the south entrance to Alice Springs. Pine Gap's around the other side, to the right. And the main base is around to the video we'll show in a minute. It's just to the right, to the right of that main feature. You can see Alice on the top on the right, sitting out there, on the right feature, and one of the buildings on the night is going down to the airport to the right. And if you've ever been to the airport, you know how far it is out. And the road runs from out the airport, you see up to the north up here, which had a point in the Helpman. You can see the road runs to the north, into the out to Pine Gap. It's not that far out. It's worth a drive to go and have to take photographs of the side of the front gate. How good is the front gate at the side you go. Pine Gap has a restriction into the gap itself. You go into the base. You go through the canyon to get to the base itself. So it's quite interesting. Now, getting on to videos running a bit slow at this stage, so I'll just shoot off from what video I've said over. The base is called Pine Gap Joint Defence Space Research Facility. Notice the Space Research Facility. Said here it's R233, and it's been there. They usually code, it's usually called Merino, which is a coded name, or currently the Army call it JDSRF, whatever that means. I haven't had a way of abbreviating everything. He was born in about 1965, since then the development of the actual area, the Falcon Aviation, that was Jet Shark, Alice Springs. It was originally born in 1965 under the control of the DDST, which is the CIA arm of the Directorate of Science and Technology. Also, I want you to note science and technology. People don't realise that the Army's not all about killing people, it's about protecting people. And most of science is, if you look at the statistics, most of science is devoted to killing people. So it's a bit of an all-round statement. But however, a lot of science are devoted to armaments and looking after these items. This is the area that's pointing out to the north. There's a lot of areas that you don't know about. You've got to stumble across with your pilot, or you've got the right vehicles. There's radar antennas and arrays and hidden areas all over the place and all on the maps. This is one that's on the standard map that's available. This is a big array of antennas out there. In fact, the funny thing, there's actually marked on the aviation map, it's not a landing field, so some dudes in the past try to use it as a landing field. So it's in the outback, when you look at somewhere to land, those flat lines like that look like fields to land. Here's the actual name of the area. This is used for flying. This is a chart they use for your venturing into the navigation use to Alice Springs all the time. You see the red circle on the left there. That's Pine Gap there, zooming up on to Pine Gap. You notice to the right of 600 sites, that's where the balloons are for the display. So here's the restriction area right there. Notice that one of our tracks, 273 out to Leah's Rock, runs right past, so they don't really care. As long as you don't go over the top of it, they're a bit worried about your position in case they do mission there. This is not my video. I haven't got any video, but that's Pine Gap there. You can notice the establishment there. I'm sorry that the quality's come off another system. It's quite a large establishment. The biggest part of the establishment is actually the computer room. It's got a gigantic computer room that does all the tracking and the guidance coordination of the satellites that are controlled from this area. I'll show you why it's so important. People ask, why is it out of Pine Gap? And I always think, I've had a lot of time when you realise, or some army friend might explain it to me, the reason for it being out of Pine Gap, and I'll show you in a minute. Mind you, the graph, the video that comes up about it's done by myself, it's not very good. It has two major radar zones. They're 110 feet wide. They're a little bit larger actually. They're located on the side. And in the actual structure, the semantic function structure of the Pine Gap is divided into many groups, and I'll just read down here because I had to take a few notes on this. The groups are quite impressive. Semantic functions is what they call the shading of white there. That's the orbital plane of the Earth around the Sun. That's where you'll have midday every day. If you notice when we come back, Pine Gap is actually on the orbital plane of the Earth's orbital plane around the Sun as we make an orbit around the Sun. Notice the plane itself quite because it runs over Mexico and things like that. If you trace and find one on an American basis, just where they are, they fall upon this orbital, this actual plane itself. It runs right over the Houston peninsula type areas where you have all this Houston, so maybe past aviators that come to this Earth by these type of people have a good reason why those pyramids are out there, you see. You know, if it comes out here, the accuracy is not very good, so plastic goes on to one of my daughters and she's not getting it back, so I put a picture on it and you can see it runs right over the center of Australia, and that's the reason for it. In fact, Brisbane and Orlando and Cairns are prominent in the area too, and you notice also, this is a copy taken of the satellites around the world that they keep track of. You can see the amount of debris up there. These are all live satellites, mind you, I like to say. It's quite amazing how they work. When I say live, I mean what we call orbital data that's flying over to keep track of, and that's the end of that tape. I'll tell you about the structure at this stage. You might like to put the when you stop, I'll let you go. I'll keep speaking. I want to talk about the schematic function of the structure of Pine Gap. I'm not an authority on this, so if there's anybody in here that's more knows the area better than I, would appreciate it more. However, I'll give us a better description. It's broken into three sections, which is vitally important to understand. The first one, which is an interesting concept, is called the Human Intelligence section, called HUN-INT, which is very strange. The next section, which concerns me, is called the Photo-INT section, and it's abbreviated Photo-INT, Photography Intelligence. And the last one is called SIG-INT, which is basically an army terminology for signals itself. Now, the SIG-INT section is outside my territory because it's changed. Everybody has a PC, every week something comes on the market news, so they're bringing stuff in all the time. However, the SIG-INT section is the area that moves the most, and that involves the telecommunication side of things called tele, and the final part called radar-INT, or RADI. There's other abbreviation, other items out there that are of importance, however, you don't know of these. Even though it's a joint facility, it's run by the Americans. Australians are there just as hangers-on. We have played a very good role there, get very little information from it. That may change in the future from what I can gather. For instance, we've got now over 400 reference articles from Pine Gap about it, and the gentleman called Dennis brought up his name. He's the vanguard in getting the start or organised, so things are changing, but at this time, things are still keeping a secret out there. The most important person out there is called the SPO, a Signal Processing Officer. He's probably one of the most important people out there. The next person that I normally speak to is called the NRO, which is the National Recon Officer. These gentlemen, you do not play around with. If they say something to you, you do it. However, they string a lot of power and they get you a lot, if you're in the right, do the right things, they'll get you a lot of information. So the SOPO and the NRO, which we only speak about, are very important people, and you might like to note those abbreviations down for future reference because they do pop up, except nobody knows what a SOPO and a NRO is. So just put that down as a future reference for you to look at. Now, I just want to go back to the analysis side of things, skipping out the general implication of Pine Gap. The analysis, I might just say that the analysis, in my opinion, that I've received has been very good and pleasing to us. Normally we don't get anything, it's usually very poor. However, in this case, we've been well assisted, and in my own personal opinion, it's been better than we've ever had in the past, and most researchers would be very happy with the information we've we've got. However, I'm not responsible for the data that's provided to us because we can't confirm things like time, location, and who presented it. However, I can virtually vouch for the authenticity and the quality of the research. You can't take my word for it, obviously, so my first recommendation is do your own research, but if you bear with me in this regard and take my word for it and listen on, I think you'll be very happy with what's about to occur. Now let's get there. The area is reactive as previously stated. There's lots of sightings out there. We don't chase all the sightings, I don't get involved with everything. However, on the 30th of October 1997, an ongoing observation was made in the Pine Gap area, just north of Pine Gap, not actually on the actual location. And if you'd like to put an XOHP up, thanks for this OHP is my rough drawing from comments that you probably can't see, scan it and produce it. You can see I was spreading to the right up at the top. These bearings are roughly done by myself and a friend of mine. We had a printout, but it was very vague. Notice the dots and the actual clotheslines are I mean the actual black continuous lines are actually the tracks that we've been given. The dotted lines are the estimated departure tracks or where the object has gone missing. Now we concentrated on these main, even though there's a lot of activity at that stage, but these were the main ones that occurred. And as you noted, a lot of the activity didn't actually extend from Pine Gap. It actually came into Pine Gap contrary to what people believe that most activities caused by Pine Gap. In these cases, the data that's provided actually indicates the objects tracked in Pine Gap in the observation process. One of the events, three witnesses reported an object that hit the ground, and even though we looked at their statements that were shown to us, we never had a copy of them, even though the statements looked very vague at first, they proved quite positive to our surprise when we got out there. The reason for that was that there's nothing to describe the area out there, but because of their knowledge of the area, these three witnesses gave us a very good description of where the location was and what happened. And that proved to be quite good. Now, in the ground contact report had an interesting case where they showed in one of the videos, I think it'll come out, shows in one of the videos they reported being shone, their spotlight being shot on them. So that's another important common event in the UFO encounters. You'll see this flashing light that's beaming directly at the camera or directly at them, and they noted on the ground, I think it might be the next slide, can you show me the one that's up to see that one? I'll just skip it on money now, don't I have time. This one, I think you start pushing north a bit, up to north, and right. If you there's the Pine Gap area, you notice there's a restricted area for fencing and basic fencing and security, but it's very small really. The reason for that is not known, but I think they're taking advantage of the terrain, that's all. However, it's got a lot of ground detection devices available in the area, but I know some protesters have got onto the property, but there's an ex-security department that serves in the facilities. However, it's a very small area when you think about it in the United States. In the US, they really closed down areas. Area 55 is a good example, and I won't help the map. We haven't put up to it yet, but I'm sure we will in the future. Back to the subject. When I got involved, when Albert got involved, I flew up on the Wednesday after the actual 30th of October. Spent 5 days in the field up there. We had put our GPS up there to do a group search on the area, especially the ground contact area, which is our main concentration. We didn't know about videos at that stage, so we were interested about the ground contact. At the same time, I met the Sapo and the Naro was there. They escorted us around the area. However, I also met some friends of mine from DXTO. There were 3 of them up there that were collecting samples that were taken back to Point Wakefield in South Australia to be shipped off to the labs for analysis. Those chaps were dressed up for some unknown reason. We weren't, so I don't know what the worry was. So I presume they'll be worried about the situation. However, they took samples and shipped them off to South Australia. Now, where they go from there is another secret outside my area. The samples we got went back to Monash University, and they will put out an analysis, which I don't have here today. It's too much to talk about. Having money at the future conference, I can speak to you about that area. But the main interesting point was the security, the cameras that were took the video that day, which I'm coming to now. And I just want to quickly scan into the actual security cameras. They're very high resolution cameras. I don't know what make they are. However, they're based on a stable platform. It's a gimbal type platform that stabilises. It's very high technology type of stuff. It's something that you put on a video on things, and don't start the job still until I'm just loaded to the great. And on the actual camera itself, the stability of it, it's very vital in high resolution cameras have stability, and these cameras were placed when the activity started. The cameras were taken out and placed in certain specific areas to try to capture the images that were recorded in the location. Now, it's not unusual to see UFOs up there. However, when they intrude on the actual airport and then onto the base itself, authorities got alarmed, so they went to have a bit of a look. However, if anything happened outside the air, they just led to other researchers to be involved. So it was surprising for them to actually have a look at it. I'm sure, even though no soundtrack was given to me, which is not uncommon, that we did the Knowles report, Paul Norman and others did the Knowles report, that's pretty blatant. One of the first things they grab is the sound recording. I have been informed that there's no unusual anomaly EMF effects on the soundtrack that was provided with the camera crew, but I can't confirm, I can't verify that, but they must have looked at it for some reason. I might also state that there's, at first when you look at the video, there's a bit of atmospheric distortion. Some cameras, astronomy cameras can compensate for this, but these cameras will not. So if you're a technically minded person, please, take that into consideration. Also, some of these frames, there's lots of frames, we're only using a few here. Some of them being computer manipulated for stability, just so that they don't wobble all over the place. So it makes your vision and makes the research a little bit easier. So that's a technique where they just take each frame and then recenter it again outside my church. I've seen it done, but it's very interesting stuff. Then they restore it back through again and it comes out quite stable. But it's good rid of the movement and also enhances it and also plays it up a bit. So could you still the first video through? I can't see it, I think that's this is all my handiwork, by the way, but just a start. When it comes on, so we're going to keep these two like to look at how time goes and this is better fast and slow. Scanning these things is not very good. This is the, I hope it comes on. Right, this is an object, this is a night vision one. You can, from what I remember on, you can note that there's two objects there, one on the right and one on the bottom. You notice their movement, these are stabilised, so they're actually moving around each other, which is quite extraordinary. Now, this will commonly be seen up in, up north, up towards the north area. But it's seen in Queensland and all over there, so these were captured at the early stages of the encounter, and you can see them they're wobbling around each other, moving in some coordinated fashion, and you notice that flare occurring at that stage, a beam of light actually goes towards the camera, runs the beam there, and flees the camera to the lens. The actual objects at some distance at that stage, tracking in, and it's the only one we can either indicate the movement of the objects prior to them setting up for the close-up shots which come from the next video. There is another video which I can't show, I did bring it with me, but it actually shows another close-up. But you can see this in partnership, there's two there. There is a third one, but it pops up now and then. and you see it's quite common. You notice at the top there's, we thought it was cloud. Sometimes you notice cloud, you see a searchlight, and this is a club opening of the club, you see it's a searchlight. However, we didn't sure there was no cloud that night. We checked it out, and it's sometimes a beam of light of high intensity. The atmosphere is very dense in the northern territory. The moisture in the air will create a reflection back towards the camera. It looks like a plasma shot. You know, sometimes you searchlight, you see the side of the searchlight. We believe it's like a jetting of light or a beam of some sort of that you move around the object. You see it at the top on most occasions, but you can see the object quite disappear and move quite a bit. So that's about the common sight you get. I mean, that's about the bit we normally get. So when you something like that, you don't use very much. You can't use the basic lights in the sky, scan lights in the sky. The next one proves quite good. We'll show that one. I'll just get over all that's going on. There was, from what our records identified, there was 10 events recorded, which are of significance. The objects were solid in nature, three-dimensional. Acting objects, when the spills off, I'll go to the next one shortly. When the objects were three-dimensional, they had a halo effect around it. We thought it was a camera effect, but there was a halo effect. The night objects demonstrated some coordination and some spin. And you see a blow up here, as one gets closer, I think comes up short. That was a distant shot. It goes even close up. This is to demonstrate how it disappears and pops up again. Here they are. Let's see it. Quite on here, a flash, a flare towards you. No object, but a flare. And it's, I hope it's still in the next one. Here's the other one. There's some movement. It's moving around. You can see them like common practice you get in these cases, like playing with each other, rephrase it again, I mean coordinating movement with each other. It's just a classical light in the sky. But interesting formations occur, very strange. I wish I observed that as it comes. You see the flare in the top left-hand corner like a beam curve. Very strange. It's like a cloud of some sort. But now this is a blow up of the closer one. Now it looks like it's flaring the bottom of the we thought it looked like it was just like a flare in the lens or something like that. However, it's from the object itself. You know about flaring. It's something slightly out of focus. It expands and gets its flare effect too. But in this case, no. We've had a look at that, and it's to do with the object itself. Now, if you notice the band, you've seen pretty photographs New Zealand photographs, movies that took over New Zealand, what was it, 1980 or something around it. Well, I can't recall it now, but 78, that's right. These are very similar. In fact, I was surprised how close they were. And in fact, in some of the good vision on the CD bomb that was provided to us, you can see the object spinning in an anti-clockwise direction. You see all these lines. If you look very careful, as it's blown up, you see three rings in the centre. You have to look at the I think the wrong position to show you where it is. But you probably see the three rings in the centre. You see the banding. And there's a bit of atmospheric distortion in regards to it, but that's how the object actually looks. And you can see at the top it's like gassing off. It's plasma, it's gassing off some type of item at some sort. Now these are nice vision, you can't do, that's probably called the best vision that's at high intensity. However, unfortunately, night vision video is not very interesting, but in this case the camera, it's a good camera, you're able to see a lot of data inside. And you can see this halo effect of this stream of a plane of some sort. It's not ball lighting, it took too long, it's moving around. It's nothing that they could actually estimate. This is a bit of atmospheric distortion, please take note. You can see on the right and left there's some kind of feature. It's got a classical shape to it, but it's some kind of feature of the left and right of it. And you notice it clears up and down, but there's one stage I think on this field system, it shows you as it disappears, that it slowly fades out into like two objects and pops back up again. But it's a classical system, it's quite interesting. But it's pretty boring type of stuff to the line, to the public because it's just a light in the sky. But if you technically mind, you see a lot of data there, it can reveal a lot of data. They were estimated during this one video looked at condensing from 20 metres to 35 metres wide in diameter, sorry. They varied in distance. The closest I've been told they came to is 3.2 kilometres to the camera, which is really close. So I haven't seen the total close-up, but that's very good for a good camera. Like any camera that's the camera. You look at that distance, you can get some very good photographs. They did tell us that the source of light was very powerful. Notice the band in that shot. No clouds, and also note that there's edges to the object. They do stick out. You can see it, and that's typical New Zealand. If you're sort of using the footage, it's very similar to that, I think you'll agree. So it's very similar. And you notice in close-up, blown up, the pixel rating is increased, so the contrast has got, the quality dropped. You can see on the edge, it's got the classical rounded edges. It's a very good quality. I might just say it's the beating gas of some sort, which I'll describe later on. Video analysis said that they believe that I'm going to get this right, an electron mounted plain graded spectroscope was placed on it, and they believed, they told us it was H2O, water negative. So if anybody's been in the UFO business, you know one of the things we were after, they typically after is water sources. So we've been now assured that the heating gas is off the side of H2O. So that's quite interesting. Now, if anybody's involved with rocketry, you know, like that, you realise hydrogen and oxygen together to use, sacrifice most of the basic hydrogen or high velocity rockets use H2O, rock and liquid hydrogen. So they may be hinting. But I think the most important thing is the plasma stage that it's in. But using the spectroscope, the unrated spectroscope through the lens itself, which is, I believe it's the light passed back to the lens, out to the lens into the spectroscope, like astronomers do, and they can take a reading of certain areas. They claim, will indicate what they will H2O, so it's very important. Again, I want to say it has a classical UFO shape. I'll keep talking until the video runs out, so I'll do that. This further analysis has been done on the gas bead that has been provided to me. However, I have been informed that they will give you that data, but I don't know if it's going to be released. It's very hard to sometimes get that data given to you. So I'm hoping that we can sometime in the future give it to you or have it printed up for somebody to look at. The most of bands moving around, obviously, I'll do all let's see, let's go on. I'll just let this run out for a moment. When I spoke to the Sapo and the Nara, they were very excited. In fact, normally they're very quiet people. They don't really get involved with things incidentals to make their day even worse. So it's not a nice place to be all the time. It's very lonely, but this went fading out. Notice it seems to disappear in that. It hasn't gone anywhere, I've been told. It just seems to materialise in a sense, much like a Star itself. But no, that's the high intensity there, very bright. Contrast that to the daytime one, which is the main one I want to show you, which is the most important one. The most important one in this case. At night it has this high, area that's so bright that you can't see. During the daytime, the opposite occurs, as you will see. In fact, just recently I saw on one of the programs out of the United States in Canada, it was, about some gentleman doing analysis in the United States company's name indicated that you might have seen today, I wasn't at the last one mentioned, about this dark area in some of these sightings in Mexico and the United States where it's absolutely black. Nothing seems to get out. It's pitch black. And the next video, which we'll scroll up in a minute, this problem occurs, not problem, this interesting feature occurs. This is the what we see throughout or stop it there. Okay, we'll go on the next one. Would you like to later on speak over? There was we took an infrared ground, a infrared camera up to set up to have a look at the other spectrum. Using the visual spectrum is not very limiting, but also took the infrared camera up there. However, like always, we did the narrow wire and stuff, so we got nothing happened, unfortunately, which is pretty typical. But we wanted the infrared to be used. The people that worked on the case were very good to us, the scientists on the case. They seem to work quite well for us. Now, this is the daytime. It's extraordinary footage because daytime is very rare footage. shaking, I'm sorry about that, it looks, you've got to watch the object itself, so it's just very close to the camera, and at one stage, it's not this one, but the other one, you see this halo effect around the side, which we see in the night one, and we believe that's the H2O venting out of the object itself. Now it seems like there's two objects stuck together there, and notice how pitch black it is, the object how pitch black it is. So it's extraordinary footage in that sense that it's the closest I've seen something of this quality. Again, one of the problems that you face when you see something like this is why can't I see all the holes and the portholes in that? But the explanation which we're driving towards nowadays is that it's a plasma or dimensional thing. In other words, there's something black, it's like a black hole in the atmosphere. This object occurs where light, it's either highly produces a whole lot of light or absorbs a lot of light. There's a flat out of extreme. It's not one or the other. And the daylight, it does the opposite. It becomes very light and very dark. And then at night you get this glowing effect. So what the mechanism of operation is, I don't know, but you can see it's quite dark itself. I think this one, I can't recall the last one from a couple of days ago. I think it rotates around. Yes, that's to do with the actual object moving and the camera trying to keep pace with it. It's moving actually. It's a gimbal, it's like a satellite system, yes, so someone's got to track it. It has been tracked like these bigger cameras. They have little devices, I can't remember what to call them. Commission will be able to help with that, which they can track it through a viewfinder. However, if it gets close to the resolution, it can do a lot of shaking. I believe it's been just slowed up from your shot, but you can see it's very close. And why I say good quality, if you do vision, we don't get very good quality photographs and videos of UFOs, particularly only night ones. However, this one is quite a large object. You can actually get a lot of data out of it. I'd like to see the original tape because that would have much more. This is only VH scanned VHS, so it's not very good quality, but the CD ROM is a lot better. However, we put it on our computer with a standard 128 PCI with square, and it came up a lot clearer. But you can see that the object is very dark in nature. As defined areas, it was quite impressive in my point of view, from a technical point of view, and to friends of mine who do this type of research, they thought it was very good, and a lot of work's going to be done on it, or the quality will be given. Just to have a look at the edge, especially around the edge, and see if we can blow some more stuff up. However, we didn't actually, we've been kind of privileged in the sense of hitting this vision. If that wasn't the original case was made to the groundwork to speak to the witnesses outside the area. But this has just been like an added bonus to it, because it adds to the case itself. We've got actually not only witnesses in the case, the ground effect, we've got actually the object captured on video, and the daylight photography is always better than night photography. And as Bill indicated, I'm more skeptical about videos because they're easy to manipulate the camera work. However, if it comes from a really good source and you can clarify that, you can be pretty sure that you're on a good thing there. So, like I said, I'm very happy with the data. It's not perfect, but one of the things you do discover when you do this research, the reason why it's not perfect is because there's some type of, the phenomenon itself is somehow creating the illusion, or not the illusion, the camera's not able to pierce the reality that's going on inside the plasma area, this circle. So you can, like Prince Fogan found out, when they thought they could see it visually very easy, but when they put it off the camera, they found that the camera picked up a lot of anomalies. There was a lot of movement from the aircraft, but there was interesting thing was that the data becomes, by the time you get back to the camera, becomes scattered badly. To their eyes, they were very happy with what they saw. They were extremely excited about the actual case, and it's very unusual. In cases, but our main investigation was mainly to call in to have a bit of a second opinion. In regards to when we arrived on the site, escorted on the site, we were shown the area that was responsible for the area. If you could just put the next HP up, I just got the similar one. Now you can pass that one. I might throw in water. Go past the next one. Put it up there. No, pass that one. And the next one you go live. This is the same, that's the one. This is the same time because we're running out of time. I hope this comes out. This is done by, that's new, let's have a look, other way around. Now the arrow should be facing up, I think. Oh, which one we're going? You're the wrong way around, I think. I've got to look at it myself. Excuse me. It's been the other way around, I think. Okay. This is I'm sorry, we use a laser jet, inkjet and do all these other things, not because so not very high quality, but if you notice there, we've had put this in, but these are the areas affected from the ground. The arrow on the left is a tree that was affected, and the arrow on the right is where the other tree was affected. The two were like the mining sites on the north and south areas, or the north, west and south east area. Those were the areas where the impact occurred. Now in that area, the soil had been clumped into like crystal stuck together. It's like on a nuclear site. You've ever seen those where they're fused together? That was quite interesting. In fact, we took a tremendous amount of material out of there. We went to the other ones, but there was a lot of stuff there. But it was all fused together. And it's been looked at now why it was fused together. But the first opinion was from the people on the ground that we spoke to at that stage, from the young people that came on from the DSTO people, was that it looked like it had been fused by heat. So if you remember back at the original video, there's a lot of flaring coming into the camera. Now the witnesses on the, if you can slide up, and just slide up if you could, just up on the bottom of the end, there's 3 W's at the bottom. There were 3 witnesses that were collected by the authorities that were located in that area. This is just a little bit north of Pine Gap in the next valley up, which was also reported as being very active going on the main road. And that was their location there. So they were very close to the area. And they said that the object, the beam or whatever it was, like radius the mountains surrounded the landform. And when they went over there, the trees were all glazed and not split, which I'll show later on, but they'd been glazed, and the actual ground had all these goblets of fused silicon and things of that nature. Now where the other dots are, you can see, just at a point, and you can see on the left under the arrow and the trees, there's the areas where something that actually fused the soil in this, like a snake feeding through the main impact area itself up to the next tree. You see, if the 2 trees are being joined together by a fused area. Again, no explanation, I can't offer 1 to you, but it's quite interesting that it seems to be a controlled pattern of some sort. I could have brought a sample up for you, but it's worth hanging. It's very heavy, but it's as if it's been stuck together like a nuclear site, as if it's all been glued together. Just huge. It's quite amazing. But the reason for the fusing, I don't know. The technical information will be produced later on, because there's melting points involved. However, it occurred in this ground area here, and it's absolutely extraordinary. We picked up so much stuff, and we were freely able to take it up. And so the other people too that were there, they picked up lots of it. But it was only in those, this is not an accurate reproduction on the area, but in that general area, it was in like this type of kidney-shaped format. But there was a lot of it there, I can tell you very much. And just in balls of about fist size, I mean, it's quite interesting. Again, technically, we'll look at that later on. There's too much research to be done in it. Don't time it before we come to some conclusion, but it's definitely, I can give you a sample later on at some future lecture to give you, show you what it's like. We've got the samples, and they haven't taken the author at this stage. Also, what we did, we had a Fairchild infrared cold thermal head camera with us, which is placed on one of the aircraft. We took it up, we wanted to measure in the 4,000, 10,000 nanometer wavelength, which is more important because you can see things that you don't normally see. That's in the infrared section of the spectrum. And we took it up to a flight level 200, which is about 20,000 feet, stuck the camera in a little porthole, which is on the aircraft, and there's a lot of shaking. If you still up number 5 video, and we captured, moved back into the area just north of Pine Gap, and captured some ground vision, and you'll notice this is night, this is at night. Yes, we do the grid at night because the sun affects the cameras dramatically. These are not gassed up. The old cameras were all gassed. They used to have to thermally cool down the lens and the pickups. And these new ones, they're all highly technical systems now. They can run on cold, out, and you get a gas inside of them, run on cold room temperature. However, you must run them at night. You have to take a cover off them, and they must be run at night. And this is a tree. I'll put it out of sequence. So this is a tree. This is I'll show you this. And I'll show you a photo. But you can see here. It's not lighting sight, and I'll show you why. It's pretty big smith. You see this. It's like this running down. We saw it on a few other trees, so not to the tip, but this is on the major, the two main trees. It's like this glaze. Can you see the glazing effect on the tree itself? And it's like this line that ran up the tree. Samples were taken, and Ivan had a look back later on and took a core sample to look at the cells and how far we're inside. But they took a core out of the white section. This is a thermal image. Took a core out of the white section, the dark section, and other samples of other trees. Now, the shape is due to us. We're hand-holding the camera to a port under the aircraft, at the left loading bay of the aircraft, at quite high. And you can see the thermal image itself is on the area. There's the area right there. Yeah, so it's in fact, when we pull over here, it's all we have to do. We put the GPS off when we left out of Alice Springs in Climate 20,000 on the, right now, actually, I'm probably a bit naive on this. Do I have, I'll start this thing up. Sorry, I've got my here. Oh, yeah. It's the areas up here. You can see all the cold area. This is all similarly at. You have to wait around midnight, by the way, because it takes a while for the heat to actually leave this back in the atmosphere, which is a standard process. And not much cloud around. But you can see this thermal activity area right here. In some areas, a very hot area. And if you look at it, you can see there's a lot of activity there, and it works quite well within the area. It's not perfect data, but it gives you a good idea that we're looking at an active area, something that occurred there. So it's vitally important. There is more to that, but that's just a simple process. We're going to run out of time. Yes, the new cameras that we've got now, Martin, yes, they're so good. In fact, they can go lower, in fact, but yes, we work in a degree, especially at that altitude. You've got to understand the atmosphere, H2O from water in the atmosphere affects infrared cameras. So we work, Martin just pointed out a very important point, we work in increments of 1 degree. However, the camera, if I brought the camera into you and want to take a photograph of you, I could actually reduce into a smaller percentage of it works on Kelvin, by the way, not in Celsius. It works on a Kelvin base, but you can dial it into a lower Kelvin ratio and get much more detailed information. But at high altitude, 1 degree example, in fact, it's I think we could split it up to about 5 degrees differential between the lanes. But 1 degree came out quite well because of the night. It was a very good night, but you've got to be worried about that. So you've got to measure the ground temperature and also monitor the atmosphere temperature and then dial in that information. It just compensates for that information. But it's great information, gives you a lot of visual stuff. Yes, go ahead. That was about, we went on the Wednesday, so it was about a day and a half after. It wasn't that long after, it was still hot. But that's not uncommon. If any of you have worked with infrared, you can leave a palm print on a door for quite a long time. It's surprising. You can also, the thermal imaging system works in a different frequency. So once you start the atomic structure vibrating, it can go for a very long time. It can be rotating. And another thing you might know too, which we think occurs, is there's a chemical reaction occurring. It might take days for that chemical reaction to actually peter out. So what we believe occurs, rather than like a heat source, like a palm print where it slowly dissipates, there's heat being placed there, we believe a chemical reaction is taking place. Do you understand what I'm getting at? It's not a heat source being laid there, it's a chemical process occurring. I don't want to blind you with this because you have to, it's a lot of information, but it's quite interesting because it tells you there's a different process going on, there's some activity going on in the soil itself. And it also applies to top surface filters on the activity can go on for days later on. So it's something chemical going on in the soil rather than a footprint occurring on the soil. So that's a very good question too. Thanks for that. Let me see. I have my time going. Just about right actually. In fact, yes, funny, I'll just look down at the one. Not to get off the fact, but yes, the impact was strange. I have a copy of this. I have actually the statement. The impact was quite unusual. The impact was an object, a ball of light, placed the three witnesses, zapped the trees, then put like machine gun those potholes, from one tree to the other, then struck the ground, then it got ricocheted up a little bit and hit the ground again, and then just went off again, disappeared. And it was enough for them to feel like a blast effect. That's it scared the life out of them, but it was enough to create that impression that something was physically going, not metaphysical, but it was a physical thing. Metaphysical thing actually occurring. I'm running out of time there. So yes, that's a good point. It was like a literature. I can't see that, but just in the next valley up, that's a bit like, just down the next valley. I really know. I don't actually know the loans on the, I must just say to you, I travel a lot, but you don't get to know the loans of properties. There's Australian, I have to go look at the title deeds, but we were taking on to the site ourselves. Yes, it's outside their security area. Just go into the next valley, that's my best. Yes, you know what I mean, that's the best way of doing it. So just north of the site itself. Okay, I'll just zoom through here. I've done a set of important. We get some magnetic information. I just want to show you one thing to conclude on this with time. Could you just filter there for the lightning strike? You'll see a gentleman at a tree that's broken. There you go, that's one. Put that one up. This is courtesy of Dick Smith. I'd like to thank Dick Smith. This is from Australian Geographic, number 48, October, December 1997. Pages, I think this was page 66, and it hasn't scanned up well at all compared to what, not very clear. However, you can see that's a lightning strike on a tree, and every tree I've seen hit by lightning creates that type of, what happens, the lightning superheats the cell, the water in the cell, and the expansion rate so rapid that the amount of voltage running through the tree, the tree just actually erupts. In this case, nothing like that at all. It was all glazed over. So the mechanics of that I really don't know. There is more information, but I think I'll take a few questions, but I will stop there. That's the end of the video. You might like to ask some questions, I'll stop there. Okay, right. Sorry, I haven't got to do a very rapid bill. It was like an object approaching them, and then bang, bang, and look at went. Just simple as that. But in the statements that were provided to us, there were very vague statements. They were very, very vague. But yes, it was like an object, just like an aircraft coming in, hitting the ground and disappearing back off in the atmosphere again. But it was a very short, rapid movement. No debris, just all this glazing effect around the area. No debris at all. In fact, That's a good question. I thought about that. We were looking for something like metallic or something like that. We found nothing. That was my first action. If there's something grazed in the ground like an aircraft that leaves a lot of aluminium around or some alclad or something like that, or Z-chromate, nothing at all. Yes, locals, Korean people, so very good witnesses. But you've got to understand they're very shy, well, they're previously very shy, and they're very good witnesses in our opinion. And they gave a very simple description, but a very good one. Yes, I was shown to them, yes, based people, Seppo and Naro were interviewed themselves, yes. The reason for that is that they wanted to get full statements from them, they did not offer very much detail, which is not uncommon anyway. I would be pretty well said, I'm going to describe it in small detail as possible. There's a question over there? Through my connection in the army, I'm still in the army all the time, so friends in the army. I do a lot of my research comes through the army process. Again, they did something themselves. They're looking for other ideas too. They've got a very scientific, the army, the Defence Force has got a very good scientific department. It's gigantic, it's worth looking up. But they're always looking for other things, especially in cases where they're looking for other ideas. However, the main thing is that from the outside, I'm just a basic civilian type of thing. They're always looking for other ideas. About 6 size, Bill. They varied in size, but most of them were about 6 size and extremely heavy. They were actually compacted, like in the fusing post, they're quite round. Didn't have a uniform, not in a spherical sense, but as if with this, like in a ball shot tower, they drop balls. And once you heat it up, as they dip in the gravity, out of gravity field, it goes in a circle. I like that. It's quite amazing. Like the meat, is that the meat? I don't know that. I might speak to you later on about it because it's quite unusual. I've got all samples of them too, so it's quite good. Yes, that was done. We had a guy who counted on the site. There was nothing at all. But I think most of the researchers who take a dive camera on the site very rarely find, apart from background radiation and that type of stuff, there was nothing special on the site at all. So it was quite interesting. I haven't done that, and it's a simple process. All I've got to virtually do is stick it in some water, but I haven't done that. That's being done at the moment. I can give that data when it comes, but I can tell you that I'm very, very, very heavy. I think it's to do with the condensing of the matter being compressed. In other words, in sand, there's a lot of air in sand. They sit in the desert, you pick up the desert in a mallee or out in the bush, and the sand will run through your hands, and this is disappeared. As if it had been degassed. You might see what I'm trying to get at. It's as if all the gas has been removed, just like that. Could be a nerve. That's exactly right, yes. I'll fix some even broken the mic. How about that? There we go. I'll just take 2 more last questions. No, they're not. The one that crashed was not recorded. I must have said to that. However, the events were over a period of time, so you know it wasn't to do with that. In fact, the one that hit the ground didn't occur that night, but the general consensus amongst the group that I was with, not this particular authorities, was that they were all related. There's either a group of objects in the area or just the triggering and all the mucking around. So that was the main focus. I think there's one over here. There's one over there. No, the zoom factor varies. I haven't got that data. In fact, we asked for that data, and I believe the camera on board has they have a digital ability to zoom, so it could be anything. So it's optical, I think, goes to about, depending on the camera, depending on what type of camera it is, optical goes something to 18 to 20 zoom, but up to 200 or 300 zoom, I think, depending on the lens you got on board, I think the zoom can go up to 200, but I think it'll be around about the 200 power. Oh yes, and also I might just say a lot of this stuff that seems to be being tampered with, but that's not uncommon anyway. But the zoom can vary the time if you're going with optics or with the digital side of things. But depending on the camera I have, don't have the data. I believe the lens can be, I did ask, the lens could be taken off, so to change the lens. Is that correct? That's verified. So obviously you can take the lens off. Now where the scope goes, I have no idea, but I can shoot a little mirror pops down, maybe sample a bit of I keep on, haven't seen it done, and just extract it on the side and extract the light if they want to do the sampling. And there was one more down here before I had the last one. No, I don't know what on the base would be. There's nothing that's out of print or at night there was nothing available for later, so there's nothing at all. I don't know what's going on the base. I might just say I've got nothing to do with the base itself. The activity goes on in their business, but yes, there's plenty of radar down there, but it shows the actual picture for the north of them. But I presume they've got something going on. The last one. It's not actually, that's a very good question. I think they would help you in the sense that it's a good question. I can't explain it to you because my impression with the defence force is that even though we tend to too hard on a lot, they're originally naive in what's going on, all the process. We just assume that they're manipulating all this stuff. But usually they can be quite good to you sometimes. But yes, it is a strange. I'll give you that. I think you're handing out a video. In fact, when we went up there, we were going for soil samples, and when we got the video, I thought, there's something going on. But my reading of the situation was, I felt quite happy with that. That's why I put it as just a cautionary part. No. No, we were told that it was different nights. However, there was video. I don't know what the sequence is, but the actual events were all related to each other. It was like a lot of activity on the period. But yes, the sequencing events is very vague at this moment. Nothing's been given to me on it. However, the important part of it is that they were happy. We were given this data later on. So you never know. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Sorry? We came to the main gate itself, yeah. So with that, the landing site, where the impact is, yes you can. No, it's all gone.
I'm going to be comparing this afternoon, and welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a good one, and sorry about this morning running a little bit over, but however those things happen. Downstairs was the same too. Claire Williams is our next speaker, and Claire is an astronomer and an assistant director of the Canberra Planetarium and Observatory. She's been studying and investigating the UFO question for 28 years. Now, the lecture this afternoon, or the talk this afternoon, is called Lesson from Sidonia, Verdict on the Face of on Mars. Claire reviews the 20-year history of the face of Mars, paying particular attention to details from the most recent flyby pictures. She discusses the implications of the latest face on Mars information for ufologists. Welcome, Claire.
Thank you very much. Now, I believe I'm going to have to handle my own overhead transparency here, so I'll just have to be ducking backwards and forwards to the overhead projector. I'd like to put up my first image. Yes, like that. It's come out well enough and that everybody can see it. Can you all see that clearly? A little better. That should be okay, is it? Right. Well, this is the image that was released or taken by the Mars Global Surveyor earlier this year in April. And this, to me, is the definitive answer as to what the face on Mars actually is. And I'd like to compare this particular image to the next one, which is the original image that was taken by the Viking lander, or Viking orbiter, sorry, back in 1976. This was the one that was originally issued with a press release and is very suggestive of the face, as you can see in the centre there at the top. Now, this particular image is the one that started the whole story of the face on Mars, and really is quite a saga in its own right. For 22 years now, people have been looking at this image, processing it through various techniques and arguing for and against the presence of the civilization on Mars. The principal evidence that they have used has been the symmetry of the face itself, and we can see, if we just go back to the previous image, that symmetry really was a complete illusion. What we actually can see when we look closely at the face or the maser that is the face on Mars, we see that all those structures that people thought were artificial turn out to be quite natural looking in fact. And so we have the eyes being a crater, we have the nose as a ridge, possibly showing thermal vents or hydrothermal vents, and the mouth has been identified by a geologist as a landslide caused by a process called solifluction. Now, not being a geologist myself, I can't explain the natural processes involved, but this particular geologist says that this whole thing is anomalous in itself, but not because it's an artificial structure in the wrong place, simply because it's a geological anomaly and very interesting from that point of view. And I think that this is a point that I haven't made in my paper on it, but one that I'd like to make now, and that is that quite often when we look at images such as these, what we actually miss out on when we take it, we argue over whether or not these things are artificial, is that we lose the opportunity to study them for what they really are as natural phenomena, and very interesting natural phenomena in their own right. And sometimes we overlook the most interesting natural phenomena because we want to ascribe a paranormal explanation. I could just have the next, the press release. This is the press release that was originally issued with that first image of taken by Viking. And you'll see there that the JPL, or Jet Propulsion Laboratory scientists, were quite circumspect in the description of the object, and I can't quite see it and I can't remember it. Okay, they said that the picture shows eroded maze-like landforms. The huge rock formation in the centre, which resembles a human head, is formed by shadows giving the illusion of eyes, nose and mouth. The picture is 1.5 kilometres long, or approximately with a sun angle of approximately 20 degrees. The speckled appearance of the image is due to bit errors emphasised by enlargement of the photo. The picture was taken on July 26 on a range of 1,873 kilometres. Viking 2 arrived that goes on the schedule of Viking. But they said back then that it was a trick of the light, and a lot of people didn't believe them, and there's been this discussion raging ever since. Think it does have the next transparency. This one actually shows the, Thank you. This one actually shows the original image that was transmitted by the Viking craft. And it's the region now known as Sardinia. And the face is actually there in the image. And I'll point it out to you. I like to walk around and I feel a bit confined here. Let me see if I can remember exactly where it is. I believe that the face itself might be this way from down here. Just in there. It's quite a poor quality image, and you may be able to make out across here that there's all these little black dots that run in lines across it. They're known as roseaux, and they're little markings that were actually on the faceplate of the camera. The idea behind putting those in was so that they could determine whether or not there was any distortion in the image taken by the camera. The type of camera used called a Vicon, and it wasn't like modern CCD cameras or video cameras that were basically closer to the camera using the same technology. And the picture could be distorted by the presence of electromagnetic fields. So in order to be able to eliminate that sort of distortion, they needed some sort of grid, and they devised this technique of putting these little dots on the faceplate of the camera.
So we have those across the community. We also see the presence of, I don't know if you can make it out from there, but there are lots of little markings within it, which are called big errors or transmission errors. And all of these have to be removed from the raw images. I've got two raw images, the two frames that were basically used throughout the whole Mars space debate. If I could just have the next one that shows the other frame, which is 35A72. This one is a lower resolution image. The other one is actually the higher resolution image. This is a slightly lower resolution image taken from further away. And the face image in this one is just about there. Once again, we can see there's one of those results nearby. And all this sort of noise in the image has to be removed. You could just have them. I don't want this to turn into a dry discussion about image processing, but there are certain issues involved that really need to be looked at and addressed before we can understand how some of the mistakes were made in the identification of various Cydonia landforms as being artificial. Here we have a close-up image of the face